Oh, you mean for the awards? Yeah, I think we're just gonna, there's three that I'm.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Post Advisory Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. If you would, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ms. Essex, would you please call roll?
Members. Biederman,
Present.
Cordova, Ehrman, Gamboa,
Present.
Honey,
Present.
Katerisky,
Present.
Morrell,
Present.
Oborn,
Present.
Pacheco,
Present.
Hans,
Present.
Rosa,
Present.
Salazar,
Present.
Stalker,
Present.
committee members present.
Thank you, Ms. Essex. I do just want to take a moment and welcome Rebecca Biederman, who is now our public safety communications dispatcher rep from the Laverne Police Department. Would you like to introduce yourself real quick? Put you on the spot.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm Rebecca Biederman, Support Services Manager for the Laverne Police Department. I've been in law enforcement for 31 years now. And I'm just very honored and excited to be here and be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and we appreciate you taking the time to be part of our committee. I would now like to introduce Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez and Assistant Executive Director Anne-Marie Del Manayo. And we will call this meeting to order. So I'll start with public comment. This is time set aside for members of the public to comment on items of the advisory committee agenda. Pursuant to commission policy, I, as the advisory chair, will manage the public comment period in deference to the committee's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comments and items on the agenda. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same topic, I, as the chair, may intervene and will ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, I, the chair, may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the advisory committee cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. And please remember that this meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly and clearly so your comment can be correctly captured in the transcript. And I see that there is someone who would like to address the committee. So during public comment, so when it is your turn, if you would please state your name and organization you're with, and then we will hear your comment.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Tasha Williamson. I'm here as a community member. I'm also a police accountability expert here in San Diego, California. I want to say thank you for always coming here. Thank you for the work that you all do. Thank you to the investigators. They are the most thorough investigators that I have met in my life, and I really appreciate it. To us, this is really the only commission, only investigatory body that holds officers accountable. Here in San Diego, we have several IA departments, we have commissions, and we have investigatory bodies that are biased. They are hiding and not transparent. They're not providing you information. And we are absolutely tired to the point that I have started a pattern of practice report that I'm doing on my own and with another nonprofit organization to show San Diego Police Department's pattern and practice of excessive force. Not just excessive force. I heard you all read or recite the Justice for All in the salute that you gave to America, but it is not justice for all here. And I think that you all know that based on the investigations that you do, based on the things that you see. And so it's very difficult for many of us to stand for the flag salute when we know that we don't all have the same rights and the same justice here in San Diego. It's very shiny outside. It's a very beautiful city, but there are a lot of dark, hidden corruptions that are happening. I do provide them to Manny, so thank you, Manny, for always taking those emails. It's very difficult to expose the corruption that is happening here in San Diego with SDPD and the Sheriff's Department. We have just had another in custody death, the largest. I don't see Rob Bonta here, but I also am not happy that Rob Bonta does not come to this city and hold our law enforcement accountable. But thank you all for doing that. Thank you all for doing the work that you do. I hope that you can get to the San Diego officers who have been corrupt and have violated Senate Bill 2, because we need to get rid of them, because they hide them, they cover up, and they keep them employed with the most heinous crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha, for your comments, for being here this morning, and for addressing the advisory committee. Is there anyone else from public comment that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public comments, and at this time move to the approval of the action summary and transcript. Our first item would be the approval of the meeting transcript and action summary from the December 2nd, 2025 advisory committee meeting. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the transcript and action summary. I second. Okay, so I have a motion, Morel, a second from Stalker. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And any,
The motion was by Oborn.
I'm sorry, thank you. Motion Oborn. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to announcements. We'll now call upon Assistant Executive Director Anne Maria Del Manao to provide the announcements from Post.
Do you have any announcements this morning? I'm Chair Salazar, but if you'd like, I can cover the presentations for this morning.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. We've received requests from the advisory committee members to have presentations on the following agenda items: consent items 2B, 2D, 2E, 2F, finance committee items 3A through 3P, although I believe we're going to just be answering questions on those items. Administrative Services Bureau item 4A, Basic Training Bureau items 5A, and Certification Bureau items 6A and 6B.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I will call upon Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler from Staff Services Manager Stacy Townsend, both from the Certification Bureau, and Bureau Chief Christine Ford, Professional Conduct Central Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, advisory committee members. Okay, so I'm going to go through this really quick because we have the long-awaited education data, and I want to give Stacy the time to go through that with you guys. So really quickly, if you look at the first two slides, these are the 2025 year-end data. So it's accumulative for the all of 2025 in terms of our certification statistics and decertification numbers. I'm sorry, actually it's the first and third slide. The second and fourth slides are the 2026 data year to date. So you have a comparison to kind of see where we're at this year compared to the overall for last year. And then I just wanted to call attention to slide number 4, I think. So this, I just want to call attention to because we have had some changes since this was published. We've had one additional temporary suspension. We now have 16 voluntary surrenders and 21 revocations and 14 ineligibility determinations since this was published. So I just wanted to give that to you, and most of them came in over the last 2 weeks. That way, when you're looking at the 2025 data, you have a more accurate comparison to judge where we're at compared to last year. And then you have the various demographic data in front of you that you can go through. If you have any questions, please let me know. I know there's a lot of numbers here. And then I also wanted to, I'm not going to go over the 1029 eligibilities or the 1029 revocations. Those lists are in your packet. If you have questions, please feel free to ask me. I'm going to, I know we have a new member. If you have any questions, please feel free to speak up and ask. I'm going to hand it over now to Stacy because I know especially Chef Honey's been really waiting for this information. Stacy's going to give us the education data.
So we could go to the first education slide with the bar graph. While they're getting there, I'll just give you a little summary of my findings. There are more than 22,000 active officers who do not have a college degree indicated in our records. The data, we got the data samples. We did 500, 3 sets of 500 officers. That's how we got our samples. And just a high level, I found that all of the officers in the data samples had some sort of higher education or formal education, whether it be through college coursework, through the academy, or through the advanced officer training. On average, 91.2% of the officers have some college coursework. So no degree, but they have some college coursework, as you can see by the charts. This pie chart is just the average of all 3 data samples. So all 3 of those sets of 500 officers, percentages. And then this breaks down each data. So this is the first data set, and the big pie chart shows the main categories of the college coursework only, or the college coursework plus the academy, college coursework plus AOT. And then the smaller pie chart breaks down even further the other credits combinations that includes the military service or the other academies such as fire academy or EMT and the life experience. So again, you can see by the smaller pie chart that even though they have the other non-formal education, they still had, most of them still had at least some college coursework along with those other credits. And the second data set is very similar. A little bit of difference in the averages, but for the most part, still similar to the first data set. And again, third one is very similar, but still shows just more of that breakdown. And this is the average of all 3 data sets together. So again, it still really shows that a lot of these officers do have some sort of college education, even without that diploma. And then this is a bar chart that shows the breakdown of the other types of education. So the non-formal ones, the military or the other academy or the life work experience. Many of the officers have multiple experiences, so they are counted in 1 or 2 or 3 of these bar charts. So for example, if someone has military experience as well as life or work experience, they are counted in both of those numbers. So on average, 6% out of the data samples, all 3 of them, the 1,500, have military service. 6.9% have life work experience, and 10.1% have experience from another academy. That's all I have. So if there's any questions.
And I just wanted to reiterate, this is based on the data that we've received when a peace officer applies for their professional certificates, so their intermediate and advanced certificates. Generally, they tend to have degrees or their minimum 60 units when they're applying for their supervisory and above. So it's not 100% accurate reflection of the education levels of our peace officers. It's only what they've provided to us at the time of application.
Sheriff Honey.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for including this data. You know, I've been anxiously awaiting it. And so I just want to make sure I understand a couple of points. One, you found that 22,000 of the how many peace officers in California don't have a degree of some kind?
So what was found was that there's 22,000 active officers with no college degree indicated when they applied. So
Okay,
that's-
thank you. Wanted to get to that. But of the total number, do you know what the total number of active peace officers are?
Yes, that's on your first few slides. It's a
Okay.
total of 83,218.
So
peace
22 out of
officers.
83 is that don't have a degree indicated. And those officers who haven't yet achieved the number of years required to receive an intermediate may not have listed their degree because it wasn't necessary yet for them to do that. It's not a requirement in the post portal. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't collect the data when we issue a basic certificate or proof of eligibility. That could be changing with AB 89's requirements in the future. We haven't gotten to that point yet because it's a further out horizon, but that will definitely be changing. We'll have more accurate data 5 years down the road, but we don't have that yet.
I understand. Does your system currently, would there be the need to make major modifications in the system, the post portal system, to require that upon them being hired or initially certified?
I can't speak to that because at
Fair.
the Computer Services Bureau question, they're the ones who set up that database and make all the changes for us.
Okay.
When we made the adaptations to account for proofs of eligibility for SB2, it did take some time, but I don't want to speak for them to see how long it would be just to add an additional degree requirement to be added. And it is submitted to us through EDI, the electronic data interchange. So I don't know how easy that would be if we wanted to start setting that up sooner rather than later to keep track of that data.
I recognize that would be a burden on the agencies, but given the emphasis that is now being placed on education and the requirements going forward, it sounds like it'd probably be good to have that data collected sooner than later. Going back to another statistic that you quoted, you said that 91% is it 91% of the 22,000 that
It's a-
have some kind of education?
91% of the 1,500 of our data samples. So the 3 sets of 500 combined, 91.2% of them had. So it's kind of given indication that probably around the same amount for the 22,000.
Yeah, I would think, I mean, the vast majority of people who go through a basic academy get at least some college credit, so that must be on there. And then the next correlation that I'm kind of interested in is if people with less education are tend to have more disciplinary issues. And I know that have we got to that point yet, or?
We do, it is in the data on page, oh, I can't remember what page it's on. I do try to extrapolate some of that data on, well, I'll just show you since I don't know what number it is for Tobias to go back to, but it looks like this.
Which I can't see on that or on that, so.
So I do extrapolate statewide data as well as specifically the officers who we have allegations of misconduct for, so that we can see whether there is a correlation or a difference. And it doesn't really seem to be, more or less education makes you more or less prone to engaging in misconduct.
So at this point, we haven't found a statistically significant distinction between having more education versus less education when it comes to allegations of misconduct or discipline. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Okay,
we haven't found anything yet. Yeah.
fantastic. Thank you both very much for being willing to put this data together and being cognizant or at least sensitive to my questions. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to comment too to the sheriff's point on the education, because there's also part of AB 89 and 992 was to, establish the hiring age at 21. But if I'm looking at the data correctly too, when you look at average age versus average years of service, I found it interesting that the officers that were disciplined more frequently actually had more time on than what you saw. They weren't like in the first 5 years. There were officers who had more age and time on. I think it will be interesting over time what research can be done to reflect how potentially officer wellness is impacting that. It's because that's what that suggests to me. Time on indicates more wellness types of issues and how that it potentially affects training and resources. Because that's what I'm seeing in that data as well. So I just thought to that point was important.
Mhm.
Mr. Stalker, you had a question?
Yes, Brent Stalker, I had a question regarding the educational part of it. Excuse me. If you can help me on this, do you guys get that information from EDI or do you get it from a post resume?
We get it from EDI.
So if, for instance, somebody gets entered into EDI, let's just say they are a 10-year veteran and 10 years ago they got their education entered into EDI. If there is no changes in that and they have since gotten a degree, then the only way that that would get updated is if it was important to the officer or important to the agency. Is that correct?
Correct. So the data is only as good as what's input into EDI, and sometimes officers do just rely on what they've already submitted to us at a prior point. So, and most of the time that happens if they've got a bachelor's degree, because I couldn't tell you how many officers in general have a master's degree, but if they have submitted something that shows the minimum requisite for all the certificates, they generally don't have to submit something new unless they want to. A master's degree does expedite the eligibility. So if somebody does have a master's degree, they might submit that so that they can get it a couple of years earlier. Generally, we tell, and it might be time for a refresher, we try to tell the training managers to advise their people to submit the highest degree that they have, if they do have a degree, and all of their college transcripts if they have, some from here and there, so we can add them all together. And sometimes people get caught up, depending on where they're going to school, quarter units versus semester units. They think they have enough, but they don't really, because quarter units count for less than semester units. So we try to educate on that as well. But it's probably time for a refresher since there's such high turnover in training managers on that, to make sure that we do capture as much of this information as we possibly can. And I did make a note, Sheriff Honey, to talk to our Computer Services Bureau about the time frame for that. They've got a lot of projects going on right now, but it probably doesn't hurt to start capturing that information. And then, if officers forget to submit something, maybe the training manager remembers and they can submit on their behalf, because professional certificates are a two-pronged process, right? Either the officer or the agency can initiate the process, and then the other party has to confirm before it's submitted to us at post. So if the agency has, that reminder or that tickler, if they're a smaller agency, and they submit it, then it could prompt the officer to, oh yeah, I'm eligible for this. Even with monetary incentives, a lot of officers forget. I was a training manager at LAPD for many years, and every year we get this cycle of officers who forgot, so.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying you guys, it's an enormous amount of work and I understand this. So this is more of a statement than a question. Yeah, so just on personal experience on that as well, I would imagine there is probably quite a few officers in California that do not have their education updated. And I would think if we're going to start tracking that, that would definitely be an important, reminder to the department. Another statement too that, just on a couple things is, a lot of departments now in California are, using financial incentives for bachelors and masters. And I'm curious to know whether or not, if an officer submits their bachelor's or their master's for financial reasons to the department, whether or not the department updates EDI based on that, or if that's just an internal. And then the last thing I'd be curious about too is, I just saw this last week where a deputy was basically eligible for their intermediate, and in order for post to be okay with that, they had to send in a picture of their bachelor's degree. And so I'd also be curious if there's a way that if that is happening, like if an officer, between their basic certificate and their intermediate got their bachelor's degree, and now they're sending that picture in, if there's a way to capture that as well to update the system.
Yeah, so right now we are only accepting that information at the time of application for a certificate. We don't have an interim holding pattern type of place to hold that information. But when you, and I don't know when you last applied for a certificate, but when you currently apply for a certificate, it does ask you for the supporting documentation and you upload it, and then that sits in EDI. Once you upload it, you don't have to resubmit again, which is why sometimes when an officer gets, say they have their AA and they get their bachelor's, they may not know to submit their bachelor's degree and apply earlier if they can, or they may have their bachelor's or master's degree and then they just apply for their certificates. They don't have to provide that supporting material again because we do have it. And they do have to be official transcripts or a copy of their diploma if that's what they have easier access to.
Yeah, absolutely. Because again, I'm just bringing this up because of what you guys are capturing now. And, even if, again, it's hard, I understand that, some, maybe they don't quite have a bachelor's degree, but they've got, 100 units towards their bachelor's degree. I mean, that's important too, because they're, that's right around the corner. So anyhow, just curious on if there's different ways to capture that information, I guess, a little bit more efficiently in the future.
Yeah, and they don't have to have their degree, right? It just expedites the process. They have fewer years of work experience required. And we are working on rewriting Regulation 1202, which is quite bogged down in terms of what certificates are issued, how you can be eligible for the different certificates. So we are in process of rewriting that. Hope to have it ready by September or December commission meetings that will hopefully make it easier for an officer and training managers to figure out what's required of them at what point and when they're eligible and that sort of thing. Because even we're starting to find that we're having difficulty keeping track.
Yeah.
Probably not something we want to admit at post, but if we're having a hard time, then the officers and training managers are having a hard time. So
I 100% agree with that. So, because again, I have experience in that, and I'm bringing this up because it's not an easy task.
Yeah.
And, and I also think too, that there's probably, whether this is post responsibility or whose responsibility it is, but I think departments need to be reminded, hey, you need to go in and update your EDI, and make sure that the information on your officers is correct. But like a department like mine, I mean, we got a lot of employees. I mean, it's going to take somebody a long time to do that, but based on what you are capturing, I think it needs to be done, and that's more on the department, if you ask me. So a last question on this is there also a way, like, let's just say that maybe somebody is not updating EDI, but they are creating a post resume. And obviously you put your degrees down on your post resume. I'm curious if there's a way to capture that too, if maybe EDI is not getting updated, but their post resume is based on their, educational status. I would just think that may be another way to capture that as well, but I don't know how difficult that is.
that would be another question for our Computer Services Bureau because the resume is input and completed and held. It is an EDI, but it's completely separate from what's in the post profile. So if you, I know you only have access to your own agency if you have access, but if you were to look at someone's profile and they are a peace officer and an instructor, it actually has two different hyperlinks, one for their post profile and one for their course resume to tell you, here's their resume and here are the courses that they are an instructor for. So I would have to ask our CSB team if there's a way to marry that information. And even then, with the resumes, they're just putting it down. To my knowledge, as an instructor in the past, I never had to provide proof that I had a PhD, right? I just put it down there and it was taking your word for it. On the certificate side, you have to provide as proof that you have this educational experience. So that's something that we'll probably have to talk out with some of the different bureaus.
And that may be a good thing too, that, for that. But anyhow, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Mr. Urban, and I'll come back to you.
So one of the things I was going to point out too, we're maybe lacking in a sense is, at least at the state level, the education incentive that's built into the memorandum of understanding for compensation is a single item. Once you achieve that item, there's no reason to ever report back to your agency again that I achieved a master's degree and a doctorate degree after getting that education incentive. I don't think there's any record of that whatsoever with my agency. There's no reason to ever tell them. But like you said, I have submitted a myriad of instructor resumes and different items like that. But I could see where there'd be nowhere to kind of glean that information just out of that document. But I would say for at least the, 3,000 plus peace officers at the state level, there's really no reason for them to ever report their education if they got that first education incentive, because we can also get it for a combination of education and or post certificates. So just being around long enough on the job and not getting fired, eventually you get your post certificates and they can apply on that. But if they were to continue going on to school, there'd be no matrix that ever captured any of that information.
Yeah, and that's another, I think, confusion that we're finding with officers is they think that I've submitted my degrees to my agency. I don't have to submit them to post, but that's not true because the agencies are paying you. All of that stuff is separate from your post certificates, and what you submit to your agency does not come to post automatically. It only comes to us again when the officers are applying for their certificate. So again, I think it goes back to Sheriff Honey's question about how early can we capture this information, even if they're not applying for a certificate? And if that's possible, then that could alleviate some of that, right? Because when you're hired and you're appointed, or even at the time that you receive your basic certificate, because the agency still has to apply for the basic certificate, whereas the proof of eligibility is automatic on our part, then we would have that from pretty much the beginning of your career, whatever degree you've submitted at the time of appointment, right? So those are things that we can look into. As a researcher, I am very interested in the different correlations, and I actually talked to my husband about some of these statistics, and there's, as Chair Salazar mentioned, there is a correlation somewhere with the time in service and the misconduct, and his comment and something I've thought of is those are the complacency years. So I would love to be able to dive in and do that research. We just don't have the power for that right now. But at some point, I would love to look into that.
I think it's going to be very interesting information. Mr. Gamboa, you had a question?
Yeah, no, just rather a statement. First of all, I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. This is very, very complex, and especially when you're looking at some type of outcome. Not here to tell you guys how to do your jobs, but I do, after a while working with AI engineers, there's a position called system engineer, digital architect. And their sole job is to find all these different systems and let them talk to produce some of those data points that you're looking for. So, down the road, if you need some kind of recommendations of what we found, I'd be more than happy to share that with you guys. More so, my statement, more than a question, it was about both the sheriff and also Joe Salazar, the chair. It's important to realize that if that statistic is true about officers getting involved with incidents later in their career, and it's really tied to wellness, how do we quantify that? It sounds like that's going to be a strong academic approach as well as experiences. What causes an officer to have those downward spirals and not get the help that they need later in their careers? Because what happens to an officer later in their careers as they approach is retirement. And once you're done from the sworn side and you're in your retirement, that's another world that they're going to enter, and that's pretty tough. So my statement is that wellness for peace officers is still an evolving project. And I'm not sure if we're going to get those data points in real conversations that would affect these stats. So it's just more of a statement than anything else.
Yeah, again, as a researcher, I am more proponent of a mixed methods versus a quantitative, because the numbers only tell you so much of the story. You need the qualitative piece to really give you the what's going on, right? Yes, it's going to involve quite a bit of research. It would probably need to involve the academic world, just because they have the resources for that, to do that type of research and really look into, is there complacency going on? Is it a wellness issue? As wellness programs roll out, is it having an impact? Are these numbers coming down? Those are definitely going to be things that we'll need some academic help with.
Yep, my last comment is just that wellness has, I guess it's not I guess, it's a learning domain in the academy. And as it starts to get socialized through basic training, sometimes it loses its steam. It becomes just a loose term.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? I do have one on, let's see, I think it was slide 31. Where it says 79% of cases are not considered serious misconduct by post. I was just curious if there has yet been like any sort of theme identified as to which categories were submitted. I don't know if that was in there and I missed it or.
No, that's the next presentation by Bureau Chief Christine Ford.
Great, I will pump my brakes and wait for Christine.
One comment before Chief Ford takes over is early detection indicators have been out there for a while. And obviously, as you all well know, they involve more than age and tenure, right? It's age, tenure, it's assignment. What beat are they working? What area are they in? And what's the culture of their agency? And there are quite a few studies out there already that tie some of these indicators together. And we are working with some of those studies to provide you some more robust data. They're not our studies, but they are from academia. The one thing I would caution about our small sampling is to not draw too many conclusions because we're just looking at post-discipline, which as you can see from the numbers is kind of a microscope of, a larger cadre of complaints, charges, and allegations, and we don't track the officer's age, tenure, and all of that with the complaints and charges. We track it, with post-discipline. So there's a lot more data out there in terms of early detection indicators, and I think it's something that we want to work towards. We want to be very cautious that with our small sampling, we don't draw too many conclusions because it wouldn't be a fair assessment of what's going on. The only other thing I'd like to add before Christine does the misconduct side or the decertification statistical profile is Director Alvarez sent our 2025 annual report to all of you, which is a report to the legislature about where we're at now with all things Senate Bill 2 and the reporting and the actions we've taken. So if there's any questions on anything you might have read in that report, we're here to answer that today. And I just wanted to point out something, and I know Chief Ford's going to talk a little bit about cases that we have going to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So that's the final leg of the adjudication. We actually did have one case that has since or will be coming back to the commission tomorrow. It was a cancellation hearing, and I just want to advise you of the costs of that. So when we send those cases and they go all the way through the adjudication process, one case was upwards of $42,000. And we don't have cost recovery for that. I'm not in any way trying to persuade the commission or anyone to not send those cases, but it's pretty expensive. So I just wanted to kind of educate you folks on seeing it through to the end, through the evidentiary stages is pretty costly to the state. Christine, thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I know you've all received this presentation. It's very lengthy, so my plan is to just cover highlights for each slide, but I welcome any questions or if you need any clarification on anything. So. I'll go ahead and proceed. It looks like we're a little stuck on the slide here. Agency participation for serious misconduct reports are at our highest since the implementation of SB2. Most agencies have submitted multiple reports to us. 22% of the agencies have not reported, but as you see, the majority of those employ less than 10 full-time peace officers. So the likelihood of them having a report is low. Next slide. As you all know, post tracks, we should be on the second slide first. Post tracks the non-reporting agencies, which have zero reporting and or less than expected reporting. As you recall, back in October, we did send letters to approximately 60 traditional law enforcement agencies to verify that their submissions actually matched what we had. I do have an update for that. Out of the 60 agencies, we did receive 45 responses quite quickly within that time frame. And those 15 remaining, we have been in contact with those agencies and verifying their count. This slide will just indicate, it just shows you the intake of serious misconduct reports. Key things on this slide is going to indicate that for each quarter, we're taking in approximately 2,500 reports per quarter. As we move away from our retro reporting, we now are handling cases that are current. For public complaints, we have 3,300 public complaints that have been processed. This slide will just give you an idea of how many public complaints we are intaking per quarter. As you know that we actively review complaints. This is just a breakdown of where they are right now. We've closed out 43% of our public complaints. 28% are actively with post and under review, and 29% are with the agencies requesting and waiting for additional documentation. The more important thing on this slide is to indicate once we receive a agency misconduct report and then it's open with the agency, from the time that they actually complete the IA investigation and return it to post, it estimates about 8 months. Over 49,000 serious misconduct allegations thus far. As you see, the top three, excessive use of force, bias, and abuse of power, have been our top three since the beginning. One of the key things I do want to mention on this slide is that about 41% of the allegations occurred prior to January 1st of 2022, which we could not take action on. As you all know, we do prioritize our cases when they come in from the agencies. One key thing on the next two slides, it just is a breakdown of our top allegations. For priority ones, which you are aware, those are our agency sustained findings. The top three allegations for our P1s are acts that violate the law, dishonesty, and excessive use of force. %90 of our ITS public complaints and priority cases have been closed. As you can see, 7% are open with post and under review, and 3 are considered inactive. I might also mention that the majority of the cases that you're going to see the closures are for our priority 3s, which are the cases where the agency had a not sustained, exonerate, or unfounded finding. So as you can see, we've really progressed through the years. I'm happy to say that really statewide for our P3s in particular, that's really where a lot of our retro cases came from, and the bulk of our cases, we are under 800 for the whole state right now. And that's going to be a rolling number throughout, but that's a great accomplishment for our staff as we've gotten through all of our P3 cases. To date, all of our closed cases have been cleared within that 3-year statutory timeframe that we do have. Just a keynote on this slide is we average about 7 months from the time we get the case from the agency complete to the time that our post investigator completes their review. It averages about 7 months.
Quick question on that.
Yes, sir.
That's on top of the 8 months on average that it takes the agency to get done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Approximately 2% of our cases have been cleared by post. And 95% have been closed with a no further action closure. On the next slide, I'll explain a little bit more into what no further action means. No further action, 79% of those no further action cases did not meet the definition of serious misconduct. 17% were not actionable based on the time, and 4% were cases where post received the case, we did the investigation, we could not get to the clear and convincing evidentiary standard that we have.
I interrupt, Chris, Chief Ford. So it was on that slide 31. So back one slide. on that 79% that did not meet the definition of serious misconduct? Is there a theme in that 79% of submittals in terms of which category of serious misconduct?
I do not have the breakdown of that. I can get that, but I also will make a statement that the majority of all those cases would be your P3 cases. We would need to do a little bit more research to break it down by allegation.
Thank you.
This next slide just gives you a case closure by priority. As we've talked about before, 92% of the closures for P3s are they don't meet serious misconduct. Priority 1s and 2s, the majority of those were not going to be able to get to clear and convincing evidence to move the case forward. Case closures for our public complaints, 86% of those do not meet serious misconduct. And then 5% are that we just don't have jurisdiction. And in those cases, it was a situation where they were not an officer that fell within that penal code that we work under. A number of disciplinary actions taken by post is above average compared to other California licensing agencies. This graph just gives you an idea. You can notice the majority of them are for ineligible 1029 government code violations.
Excuse me, Honey. Which other professions did you compare that to?
California Nursing Associations, the State Bar, and Medical Board.
Okay. And ineligible under 1029. Can you flesh that out for me a little more, please?
That would be where it was a felony conviction that
Okay.
met under the government code 1029.
Okay. And do the other, I know the State Bar doesn't necessarily disbar you for a felony conviction. I don't know about the nurses. Does anybody?
For the most part, if you have a felony conviction and you hold a medical license, probably going to get revoked. It's not an automatic like it is for peace officers where there is no deliberation by the governing board. There's still deliberation by the governing board. Governing board, just because I worked for healthcare professions, they're not going to allow a doctor, a nurse, a physical therapist, podiatrist to keep their license with a felony conviction. The difference being if it is otherwise expunged, dismissed, there's a pardon, chances are they'd be able to return to the state and petition for reinstatement. Peace officers don't have that opportunity.
And I'm interested to know if that, to what degree that would account for the higher statistical percentage with regard to peace officers versus, say, for example, attorneys.
I think absolutely by and large, if you look at the number of revocations as a result of revocations and ineligibility as a result of 1029, the only difference there being that the ineligibility was cases prior to January 1st, 2022. Revocation was anything after that. That's the bulk of the numbers. I think we've taken almost close to 900 actions since SB2 was implemented. And primarily that involves those felony convictions. So yes, it does absolutely contribute to the percentage of disciplinary actions that we've seen at this point. So
Of the other professions, yeah.
Sure.
And don't get me wrong,
Fair point.
felony conviction should completely bar you from being a cop. I understand that.
Yeah.
But I just want to understand the distinction between the professions. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you.
Chair. One other distinction, it's hard to make the comparison where there's a lot of sole practitioners that are doctors and lawyers, and they don't necessarily have a big employer behind them that would report misconduct, where obviously with the peace officer, the department is required to report that to us. So it's hard to make the comparison.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And again, being familiar with the State Bar, that process, that a lot of complaints don't get reported to the State Bar, and that whole process is well established, but considerably, I think, more. There's a lot more off ramps for attorneys who are who've engaged in misconduct than what we currently have in place for peace officers.
Okay, our top allegations, which resulted in action by post, are acts that violate the law, dishonesty, and sexual assault. This slide will just give you a breakdown of our immediate temporary suspensions. As you can see it on the left, the majority of the reason why we would do an ITS is due to an arrest or indictment under Government Code 1029, with the following, with discharge and separation as the other options. Over half of our subject officers have received a notice of intent letter, have not responded. As you can see, there's 77 notice of intent letters that have been sent out thus far. 48 notices resulted in a default decision, which is about 62%. 25 have appealed, 25 have been heard by the board thus far, and 22 with the commission, with the 3 being heard this week. There is a piece of information I do want to provide to you that is not on the slide, is since the last advisory commission meeting back in December, we've sent out 12 notice of investigation letters. Of those, 4 have defaulted, 5 have appealed, and 3 are in that 30-day review window. At the time the letters were sent, the officer status was 5 were employed, 4 were terminated, and 3 resigned.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question, Stalker? Can you reread that last, did I understand that correctly, a notice of intent?
Yes, notice of intent to revoke letter.
What does that mean?
That means that Post has done their investigation and we now are moving towards decertification or suspension. We've noticed the officer and given them 30 days to either respond to appeal or they become a default.
Okay, so when you say they're not responding, it's the individual officer, not the agency.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Over half of the cases who they've received a notice of intent letter, Post has captured additional causes. This could be for a myriad of reasons. A lot of times agencies will submit a policy violation that would fall under dishonesty or abuse of power under our definitions. And then the last slide we have is just the comparison with the board and commission, the recommendations on what the board has recommended and what the commission has. I know that our assistant executive director had mentioned that we would provide a hearings update. I'm not sure if you'd like that provided, just the current cases that we have that are scheduled for a officer administrative hearing. I can provide that, or it could be provided tomorrow to the commission.
Why don't you go ahead and Christine, let them know just so they can keep track of the kind of full circle.
Sure. So we have 5 cases that have been scheduled with the Office of Administrative Hearings. Sarah Bia Medina from Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is scheduled for August of this year. Do you want me to provide names, or does it?
You can just let them know.
Okay,
that
yeah.
we-
So there's another case that is scheduled August 25th of this year. Some of our Torrance cases are scheduled for May, 2 cases in May and 1 in September.
Thank you, but just telling me they're scheduled doesn't provide me any information. Is there a prohibition against giving me some information about who they are and what they did?
No, it's public. If you want to, yeah, we can do
mean,
that. Sure.
I mean, if we're gonna do it, I don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Otherwise, don't waste our time. Yeah, there's some hearings scheduled, but what are they about? What are these people accused of doing?
Okay. Sarah Bia Medina is Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and that was a dishonesty case that's scheduled for August of 2026.
Okay.
Braulio Robledo is Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. That's scheduled for August 25th of 2026. Can you refresh my memory on? Okay. Joshua Satterfield is Torrance PD. That was a bias case. That's scheduled for May 4th of 2026. Blake Williams, Torrance PD. Again, another bias case. That's scheduled for May 18th of 2026. And Brian Kawamoto, Torrance PD. also a bias case, and that's scheduled for September of 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the committee?
Yes, I have a few, please. Brent Stalker. I've got a couple here that I wanted to ask. Okay, so we're talking about these statistics and things that agencies are doing. Couple questions. If I understand you correctly, departments, if they fall under those categories, will submit to post that they have some type of misconduct allegation. My question is how many of those that you get do you believe, I want to make sure I'm asking this correctly. How many of those that you get do you believe that the department handled it properly as far as internal affairs? Does that make sense? So like if they submit something to you, I would imagine that it probably varies in California by department as far as whether, I'm just throwing this out there, a sergeant investigates it or an internal affairs unit investigates it. So when you get this information and you're looking at it, do you feel like in most cases that the investigation was handled properly as far as, should it have gone to an internal affairs versus, again, maybe a sergeant in the department handling it? And I hope that makes sense what I'm asking.
It does. I can say that for the majority of cases, we find that the agency has done a thorough investigation. Now, having said that, as you all know, our evidentiary threshold is higher. So in most cases, if we are moving a case forward to the commission and the board, we have to do additional investigation. That's not to say that the agency didn't do a proper investigation. It's just we have to reach a higher threshold to get to clear and convincing, where we may have to interview and get additional information specifically for our case to move it forward for decertification.
Okay, so that's actually my next question. So let's say you get a case and you believe that, and you may have already answered this, but you believe that it should have been handled by internal affairs and it wasn't. Do you send anything back to the department, or does post just step in and handle the investigation from there?
Well, we will always want to work with the agency first. We are always in good communication with the agencies and what our needs are. So we would always defer to the agency. There's going to be some circumstances where post will have to do the investigation ourselves, but that's not necessarily the route that we would always necessarily want to go first.
And it sounds like most agencies are complying with that.
Yes.
Okay. So how, and this is just more of a curiosity, how do departments determine, or do you know this, if something needs to be handled at a sergeant level or an internal affairs level? Do they assume that if they're sending you the information that it should be at least an internal affairs level, or does it vary?
I don't think I would be able to answer that. I think
Okay.
that's up to each agency's own policies and procedures.
And again, this is just statements versus maybe questions, but are smaller agencies utilizing outside agencies for their internal affairs, or are they trying to handle most of them internally?
Again, a question that will vary throughout the state.
All I have. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Chief Ward, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Weiler, Stacy, thank you. I don't know if you noticed the big smile on Sheriff Honey's face on the education piece, but we appreciate that information. Okay, next up, we have item 2D, and I will call upon Assistant Executive Director Tom Osborne from the Field Services Division, who's going to provide a report on the creation and initial priorities of the Compliance Audit and Accountability Bureau. Chief.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, board members. Yeah, what a nice day in San Diego. It's my privilege and honor to kind of introduce to you a brand new bureau here at Post. As indicated, the Compliance Audit and Accountability Bureau. The mission of CAB, and we call it CAB for short or long, Mission is to promote efficiency and effectiveness of post programs through independent audits, compliance reviews, and program assessments. On the screen in front of you, and maybe also on your laptops, is an organizational structure of what this looks like. It'll be comprised of 10 individuals led by a bureau chief, new bureau chief that was hired at Post, who worked in POSAD and was selected as the bureau chief. That is Robert Tripp. And I want to describe each of the 3 different independent units that comprise of CAB. First, on the far right side is our audit team. As the name suggests, that will conduct traditional audits of contracts, reimbursements, and expenditures. This team will work both internally at Post as well as our external partners. The goal of this particular unit is to make rigorous internal and external auditing kind of part of our daily routine here at Post. On the internal side, CAB will support the due diligence that's already currently exercised by Post program managers, auditors, and supervisors. And on the external side, as you're aware, Post has many contracts with the state control, has one contract in particular with the state controller's office that helps us look at the reimbursements we do for training to ensure that we're not overpaying and we're supporting the cause there. But this particular unit will also take a look at current contracts, auditing those contracts, looking at receipts that typically a lot of times we're not able to do that with our current staffing models. And so that's one thing that they're going to be doing. Current staffing plan relative to that, we have flown a position on the staff auditor job that has been closed, and we received a couple of really good qualified candidates that are going to be interviewed shortly. So we're going to start with that. When that person is selected, then we'll pick the other 3 auditors to work underneath that supervisor. In the middle, you'll see our quality assessment team, or QAP. This is part of the traditional QAP that was structured previously under TPS, but we're adding some additional resources to that particular program. In particular, 3 LECs will comprise that particular unit. We have one current LEC2 that is on board that has happened to run the traditional QAP program, but we're looking to enhance the QAP program, as well as that particular unit will look at POSAD and look at how cases are looked at from 3 different bureaus to make sure there's consistency in application of Post Policy Commission regulations and the like. So a little bit of review and oversight underneath that particular unit. As I mentioned, the current staffing plan, we have the LEC2 in place. We've flown the position for the other 2 LECs, and interviews are scheduled next week to round out that team, hopefully. Lastly, the policy team on the far left side, which both supports the projects that are conducted by the other 2 teams that I just referenced, as well as identify and address gaps that they may see through their audits and compliance checks. So kind of taking a look at that. Current staffing plan, we have on board a manager 2 already on board, and we have flown the position for an analyst 1 or analyst 2 position that will help round out that team. So in summary, through these 3 teams, we offer independent perspective, perform thoughtful data collection and analysis, identify best practices, and provide guidance to Post managers as well as to the commission of different resources that the commission may want us to take a look at. Again, we're going to look internally, we're going to look externally to enhance Post programs and regs and procedures. So happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions, comments from the committee? I had a question. So how many of these are new positions versus restructured positions?
All are restructured.
All of them are restructured.
Yes.
And then I forgot to ask a question on the last presentation on how we were on the SB2 staffing for POSAD.
So we are, if you look at the stats, we look full. Probably half of our law enforcement consultants on the POSAD side are retired annuitants. So we're about half full in terms of our investigators with full-time permanent staff. The other half is being supported by retired annuitants right now. So we're still looking to hire those positions as full-time permanent positions. And as we do that, we'll matriculate off our RAs. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for that report.
Welcome.
My apologies, I messed up and I missed a break a few minutes ago. So we are going to take our morning break. Let's see, it is for our court reporter here is 11:04. So we'll be back at 11:15 and we'll proceed. Thank you.
You didn't want to take responsibility for.
Hey, everyone should be well rested and ready to get back to work. We'll call the meeting back to order, and our next presentation, I will call upon Legislative Liaison Megan Polis from the Office of Public Affairs and the Executive Office, who will provide a report on legislative update.
Thank you. Good morning still, Chair and advisory members. I am Megan Polis. I am the Legislative Liaison for Post. I'm also fondly referred to as the Certified Black Cloud. I like to call myself a messenger, so please remember that as I talk to you about new legislation for this year. So we are in the second year of the two-year legislative session, which began on January 5th. And we're now past the deadline to introduce new bills. Many of the bills that were carried over from last year have died. And I believe in the handout in the commission packet, there is notations on the ones that did die from last session. Committee meetings are literally just beginning this week, so a lot has not occurred yet. And I say that because there's a lot of activity that's going to happen between now and August. So I'm only going to be discussing a small handful of bills of interest and as they pertain to Post. So the first one is AB 1586. This bill would essentially require every school resource officer while on duty to carry an opioid antagonist to provide emergency treatment during an overdose. The bill would also require each SRO upon assignment and every 2 years after to complete an opioid overdose recognition and response training. The next bill is AB 1814. This bill would require Post to create a course relating to the detection and apprehension of drivers whose behavior indicates they may be driving under the influence. The bill outlines course objectives and requires a minimum of 3 hours of training to include training scenarios. So it would be an in-person training. All peace officers with a rank of supervisor or below who are assigned primarily to traffic enforcement would be required to take this training and every 2 years after. AB 2119. This bill would require Post to update existing guidelines and training to include specific gender bias prevention and trauma-informed methods for responding to victims regardless of gender. AB 2347, this bill would require Post to review existing hate crimes training for effectiveness and then adopt evidence-based training requirements to address gaps identified in the review as it pertains to hate crimes. And then I think the last bill I have for you today, yes, is SB 937. This bill would expand on current prohibitions to disperse a crowd during a protest or demonstration to include flashbang grenades. So if you recall, a few years ago, there was the prohibition that was put on kinetic energy projectiles. So now it would include flashbangs. If you watch the news or pay attention to legislation, you're aware that there are several bills relating to public employment, secondary employment, and disqualifications with the intention to prevent ICE agents from becoming peace officers as well as peace officers working as ICE agents. As the session progresses, Post will be, of course, tracking all of this legislation I mentioned and more. And of course, we remain committed to providing the best standards and practices in the state. And with that, I just, again, caution, this is a very seemingly chaotic time of year in the legislature. And I just really want to emphasize that there's a long road. So I always try to kind of put that out there because it seems like a lot, but we have a lot of time. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report, Megan. Are there any questions or comments from the committee on the legislative update?
Brent Stalker, on the influence one again, that
The DUI bill?
yeah, you're saying 3 hours of training. How often?
Every 2 years.
Okay, and that's just to recognize, help officers recognize somebody that's under the influence?
Yeah, so the bill actually outlines pretty specific content that would be required in the course for post to develop. It also does a carve out for current CHP training. So if you were to take their course instead of the post created course, that would satisfy the mandate as well.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you for that report, Megan.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next report will be item 2F, report on Regulation 1005 update. I'll call upon Chief Counsel William Toby Darden, Legal Affairs Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Advisory Committee members. Nice to see you again. This will be a very brief update, really more of a procedural update instead of a substantive update with respect to our efforts to substantially revise post-regulation 1005. You may recall that we've been before the commission a number of times in the past year. How long has it been? Year and a half? 2 years? Something like that. It's been a long slog to fundamentally revise regulation 1005 and to go from about a page and a half in the regulations to almost 18 pages in the regulations by covering in detail each category of peace officer in California and discussing what the minimum entry-level training requirements would be. So our intention had been to hopefully be able to put it out for public comment and be able to have that back to the commission at this meeting. Unfortunately, what we learned was that in putting together the paperwork for OAL, there were a couple of problems. First, based on the OAL publication deadlines, we just weren't able to get it done in time for public comment to conclude prior to this meeting. But more importantly and more fundamentally, what we realized in putting together a draft to go out for public comment is that this regulation has over time become a monster. So it covers a number of discrete subject areas within the regulation. It's not just the foundational or minimum entry-level training requirements. The current regulation, it talks about those standards for basically RBC officers. Then it goes into basic course waiver and field training, and then it goes back to foundational training again, and then covers a bunch of other topics. So in putting this out for public comment, what it'll do is as we now insert these new 18 pages of standards into the beginning of the regulation, it changes all of the numbering for all of the sequential portions of the regulation. Now, we've also received feedback, our staff has, I haven't personally, but a number of staff that's worked with OAL on 1005. We've gotten feedback from OAL that the regulation itself is such a monster that at some point it would be a good idea to go through it and try to separate it out a little bit for clarity purposes. So we decided this really was the time to do that. So I put it up on the screen. What we're proposing is to go through 1005 and to separate it out into effectively, call it subsections, but separate sections by discrete subject area. So our proposal is that Regulation 1005 would simply talk about the scope of the 1005 sections, and then the new 1005.01 would be all of the new foundational or minimum entry-level training requirements. And then 1005.02 would be our basic course waiver process. 0.03 would be the field training program requirement. 0.04 would be continuing professional training. And then 0.05, as you see, ledge mandated courses, 06 supervisory course, 07 management course requirements, 08 rifle and shotgun training, and 09 optional training. So hopefully, as you can see by that recitation of the discrete number of subject areas, the regulation itself had become very extensive and difficult to navigate. So the thought is that this would really help provide clarity to the regulations and make it a lot easier for our officers in the state, our agencies, and the public to understand what the regulation is intended to do. So again, no substantive updates. We did receive some feedback, Sheriff Honey, from you and from others, which I appreciate, and we will include that when that goes out for public comment. But it's really just a procedural update, and hopefully by the next meeting that we have in the summer, we will have been able to have gotten this sort of massive renumbering project done and have it put out for public comment, and then we'll be back and able to discuss any substantive concerns that the field has with it at that time. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that report. We will now move on to finance and contracts. At this time, I'll call upon Bureau Chief Cheryl Smith from the Administrative Services Bureau, who provide a report on budgetary items, year-to-date expenditures, and contract expenditures. Cheryl, I think there's like 16 contracts here. I don't think we need a presentation on each of these. I think there were some specific questions, so unless you want to speak of each one of them.
Do you want me
will-
to go over expenditures at all, where we're at with the budget? There's attachments in the agenda item. I don't,
Yeah, let's do that. But and then I
You
think
do?
there'll be some specific questions as regards to contracts
okay,
that we'll have.
perfect. So this first part is expenditures, the contract expenditures. So it's just showing us where we're at with what we currently have for contracts that require commission approval. So any contracts 250,000 and up. This is what it looks like for expenditures as of February 4th. I think the next slide is going to show expenditures. This shows both state penalty fund and general fund and where we are at currently with what our expenditures are as of February 4th. The next slide is going to be a breakdown more of state penalty fund and each of the pools of money, standards training, peace officer training, and post administration. Where we are with spending. And then the next one is the general fund and the breakdown of each of the pools of money, the appropriations for the different expenditures. Any questions on the expenditures? And I think the next slide is going to be proposed budget. So currently the proposed budget for 26-27 has been released. And I think it's at $94 million is what post budget will be for 26-27. Any questions on that?
Brent Stalker, I can't see the difference on that one. As far as the post budget, between, I guess it'd be 24 and 25 and now 26.
It's less. We had the state asked for money to be given back, so we did budget drills and we've given back some money, and we've also given back some positions to save money for the state.
Okay. So again, what's the difference on?
So I think we were at 102 and now we're at 94. And we're at 96. Questions on that?
Any other questions on that piece? Okay.
All right, the next slide is the contracts requiring commission approval. So any contracts 250,000 and above require commission approval. And you're gonna have specific questions for,
I do believe we had some specific questions on the contracts. I know, Mr. Stalker.
Yes, Brent Stalker. I had some questions. I know we've had some discussions on the QAP program and just some different changes on that. I don't know how familiar you are with that, but
I am not. I think Bureau Chief Tom Chalk was gonna come up here with Kenya to discuss that. Is there any other questions on any of the other ones? Nope.
Seeing none, no.
I will let them come talk about QAP.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Salazar, members of the committee. I'm Tom Chalk, Bureau Chief of Training Program Services, and to my right is Kenya Smith. She's our Staff Services Manager for Training Program Services as well. I am disappointed, though, to find out that we are not going to cover all 16 tracks. But okay, we'll talk about QAP. And I don't have a QAP presentation ready to go. So if there's specific questions that, sir, you'd like to ask, I hope I can answer those for you, or Kenya.
I just wanted to, I know in the past it's been talked about a little bit, and I know there's been some changes, positive changes with the program, but some of the specific questions, if for instance, let's just say a course or the course presenter is not going along with the suggested changes from a QAP evaluator, what would POST do on a situation like that?
Sure, I can answer that. And let me just back up real quick, just for a little bit of context. And this is in your agenda packet as well. So from fiscal year 2023-24 through 25-26, we actually, through QAP, we assessed 9,199 instructional hours, which that resulted in 2,303 recommendations. And we've also identified certain courses where we put into what's called modification, where there's been a problem that was recognized through the course from our evaluator that wasn't able to be corrected on site. So what we would do is input that course into modification, meaning that it cannot be presented to any students until whatever deficiency was recognized is addressed. And that's something we do automatically. It could happen right away. Doesn't require a commission vote or anything. It's up to the program manager or our LECs to make that happen. So it's an automatic.
Okay, so if course presenter is not following through on the suggestions, then that would be something that, if I'm understanding you correctly, POST would possibly put the course into modification until they decide to fix whatever recommendation that is being presented.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And although rare, our goal is to work with the presenters and try to make any improvements or changes while they're on site, while they're conducting that evaluation. However, if that's not possible, yes, we will put the course into modification immediately and then work with the presenter to fix the deficiencies. But again, the important piece of that is the course is not being presented any further to any student until those issues have been corrected.
Thank you.
A question, Miguel Pacheco, CPOA. Have any of those course modifications dealt solely with the instructor, meaning there's been enough complaints on a given instructor that the modification would be that instructor can no longer teach that course?
From the 11 courses that were in modification, 4 of those were the result of instructor conduct in which the presenter voluntarily removed those instructors from teaching that course. So we did not have to actually take any further action. However, we're prepared to do that as well with our instructor conduct regulation that you'll be seeing very soon. That's coming down the road as well.
I'd be interested in that. I think this board has traveled that road a little bit. So if that's something coming, I'd be interested in getting information on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Gamboa.
Gamboa, quick question, Chief. If a course goes into modification, I just need clarity. Does that mean they can teach the class, but the students don't get post credit for it, or modification means they can't teach it entirely until those corrections are made?
But for example, let's say we're doing a QAP on a 24-hour, it could be a use of force course, let's say, and then there's some deficiencies that were noted by the instructor. If they can't be fixed while the course is going on, we of course would allow, unless it's a safety issue, we'll let that course continue. Then students will get credit for the 24 hours. However, if we can't address whatever improvement that needs to be done, that course then for future presentations will be placed in a modification status where it cannot be presented until we POST allow that to happen. Once our LECs, our law enforcement consultants, determine whether or not those deficiencies have been corrected, if they have, then it's what we go into the system and make that course active again. But if it's not active, it can't be presented. But we're not going to, if you're sending your officers to one of our courses, or we're not going to place it in a modification midway through where you've just wasted all that money sending someone to a course where they're not going to get credit for that. That doesn't happen.
And just a comment from the private presenter standpoint, when a class goes into modification for us, it's revenue. So, the longer it's out and we can't publicize the class, it's a problem. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome, sir.
One other comment too is we saw this on the last presentation that it's moved, QAP's moved bureaus. So it's now with Compliance Bureau. So it seems like a very positive change.
It seems to fit very well in the mission of that bureau, the compliance and auditing accountability. So it just was moved there, but the mission and the role will stay the same.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sure, Honey. Sure.
Can I ask a question about two other contracts? Sorry.
Man, did you have a comment on this item?
Yeah, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the instructor conduct regulation has already been approved by the commission. It's not final yet, but they did approve that previously after a series of meetings. Now the processes and the procedures need to be put in place behind it, and that's internal at Post. There's been, as I mentioned earlier today, just a little bit of a shift in how we address courses or instructors. I think there was a mindset years ago, right or wrong, that how a course is presented, as long as it meets the regulations, is not really our problem. It is the problem of the presenter, and if they have a bad instructor, or that's their problem. I think we've changed. I think we want to obviously address misconduct by instructors, which we have some of it, to remove them altogether, as well as performance issues when we know that they're not doing well. So we're hoping that now that we're kind of modifying our procedures and we have a regulation behind it to be able to take action, that will help us. We're also behind the scenes have already deployed a process for surveys that will come to us electronically. We've started it with our own legacy courses. We've been doing it at SLI, Command College, and some of our basic training courses, where they will complete a survey with the QR code in the course. Those results come back to us, and with Power BI, we're tracking the responses to see where the issues are, if there's safety issues, or if there's bad instructor issues, that we will be able to see, and then obviously be able to share that, as opposed to a paper form that's collected at the very end, that will hopefully give us better data. And that will be tracked as well by QAP. But I think the point is, one, the regulation's in place. Now the procedures have to come in. And then two, that we do feel that it is our responsibility. If there's an inefficient instructor, there's misconduct, it is our problem, and we should be able to decertify that course or decommission that course, and they can teach it just without post-certification. So just a little bit of a shift in how we do things. I think it's the right thing to do, but that's hopefully the way we're moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Being an instructor on the side, and also, being in management, and I said this a few meetings ago, there's nothing worse than sending people to training that you're trying to do something above and beyond. I mean, we just heard about 2 other courses that might be coming as mandated, and then sending them there and having an instructor that, quite frankly, has no business in front of, staff, kind of creating that culture that we don't want. So for what it's worth, thank you for Post doing that and shift. I think it is your responsibility, because you put your cert on it, right? So thank you for that. It's appreciated.
Any other questions related to QAP? Questions or comments related to QAP?
Last one. Chief, just a quick question. Is there a bridge to see if I say this right, SP2 standards? So let's say you get a retired officer that says something that may be a little bit outdated and can be construed as maybe demonstrating bias, and it ends up in the QAP. What's the process? Is there a reporting system for that?
Yes, there is more than one type of reporting system. Not just through QAP would we have the ability to receive that type of information. The students themselves do a course evaluation. As a matter of fact, in 2 instances that I've been involved with instructor misconduct, it was reported to us from the student, which we investigate. And in this particular case, that resulted in a QAP after the fact for that particular course. Meanwhile, that course was placed not into modification. However, that instructor was voluntarily removed by the presenter to make that course go forward. One of the things that I think is important for everyone to understand is the presenters of these courses, it's in their best interest to comply with Post and to follow the recommendations that we provide, because at the end of the day, it's their responsibility to make sure the training that they're providing is within the regulation that maybe outlines that curriculum, or it follows a rubric that we have. So they want to follow that as well. And so we haven't really had any issue where a presenter is not willing to address an instructor issue, at least at this point, to my knowledge.
Just a comment on that again, Brent Stalker. I think that's a great thing in place. I mean, I know Post is huge on training throughout California, and I'm happy for that. I'm happy for the amount of work that goes into training officers in California. So I just think that's a good checks and balance on that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Director Elders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is no regulatory requirement for a presenter to advise us, at least at this point, if there is misconduct by an instructor. Perhaps there should be, I don't know, but there isn't at this point. So we do hear about it either from students or from the presenter or from someone else. That has happened, especially with bias complaints that you've mentioned. We do cross-check. Obviously, there is a regulation now that is in place that if they do not have active or their certification has been temporarily suspended or revoked, that they can't teach in a post-certified course. But there is no regulatory requirement at this point for them to report to us when there's misconduct by an instructor.
Sorry, quick question on that, Director. Would that, if you do get that though, that does trigger, either an audit by QAP or I would imagine something on the post level. So to me, that's positive.
Sure, it could be done by QAP or it could be done by POSAD, Peace Officers Standards Accountability Division, if it was misconduct as a peace officer and they violated the 9 definitions. So it could go either way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Sheriff Honey, you had questions on a couple other contracts.
Yeah, I apologize for not alerting you ahead of time. I'm interested or curious about potential overlap between 2 contracts. One is for the SLI and the other one is for the Museum of Tolerance. My question is based on first an assumption that I want to make sure is correct. My understanding is that at least one session of the SLI course is taught at the Museum of Tolerance. Is that correct?
That is correct. Session 6.
And I noticed that there's it's about $2.9 million contract for SLI and a $1.5 million contract for Museum of Tolerance. The contract for Museum of Tolerance indicates that it's for various tools that they can provide to various levels of training. Does the SLI contract also pay the Museum of Tolerance for that session separately, or is that part of the Museum of Tolerance contract? Does that make sense?
Anya, would you like to do that?
The SLI contract does not overlap as far as the funding is concerned. They're separate contracts.
So the 1.5 to the Museum of Tolerance covers the instruction that is given SLI?
It's covered for what's given at, I believe you said session 6. Is that what it is? Session 6, yes.
It's all part of the, okay, thank you very much. That was a question I had. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, any other questions on contracts, QAP? Okay, thank you for that presentation.
You can check.
Okay, we'll move on to Administrative Services Bureau, item 4A, which is a report on proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1015, reimbursements for training. And Bureau Chief Cheryl Smith from the Administrative Services Bureau and Supervisor Jennifer Hardesty, Basic Training Bureau, will provide a report on this item.
Thank you. So can you pull up the attachments at all? So we can pull up attachment A first. I'll go over attachment A. We're doing these separately just because we think it'll be easier during the rulemaking process. So the first part is the attachment A. We're proposing to update the current subsistence reimbursement rates. These rates have not been updated since 2006. The proposed changes will update the subsistence rates to closely match the rates set forth by the U.S. General Service Administration and Department of Human Resources. Each rate is calculated by the appropriate county or city lodging reimbursement rate per night to include $68 for meals and incidentals. This increase will cost us approximately additional $2 million a year, and we anticipate our existing budget can absorb this increase. Does anybody have questions in regards to updating the subsistence allowance for training reimbursement requests?
Ms. Stalker, did I understand that correctly? The lodging has not been updated since 2006?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's,
It's
that's
yeah,
quite a
significant.
change there.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, I would say, I would agree that that definitely needs
Needs
to
to
be
be
looked
done.
at. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's changed. So
Because agencies are probably having to pay, if they're having trainees go to any place and they're having to pay for lodging, they're paying probably half and we're paying half.
and you mentioned that, well, how does that dollar amount get determined right now? You said it gets determined by county to county. Do we follow anything as far as what California is doing? Because I know, correct me if I'm wrong, like like under Cal HR, it talks about, current rates for like lodging. Do we follow any of that?
Yeah,
Or
so these are gonna follow what the current rates are currently right now with Cal HR. And it's the GSA, it's the government rates. So we're just mirroring those.
awesome. Thank you.
So it'll change month by month also, just like Cal HR rates currently do.
I think Cal HR just recently updated theirs.
Yeah.
So, because I know that they're looking, or they've got numbers for 2026. So thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Director Alvarez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did try to change the reimbursement rates a couple of years ago. And we decided to shelve it on the budget issues that we were having within the state and the uncertainty it posed. So we shelved it and now we're coming back to it to try to get, temporary reimbursement rates. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cheryl, that we brought this to the commission, did we not, like 2 or 3 years ago?
Yes.
And they approved it, and then we just,
Yes.
there was some uncertainty on our part, so we didn't move it forward through the
OEL,
rulemaking process.
yeah, OEL rejected it, actually. There were some errors.
Questions or comments? Okay.
Okay, so I will move forward with mine. So Cheryl talked about reimbursement rates. The section of Commission Regulation 1015 I want to speak about relates to certification plans, 5, 6, and 7 courses. So these plans were created to allow posts to reimburse the presenter for their actual presentation costs after completion of the course, meaning there's no cost to the agency for tuition for their staff to attend. The presenters must enter budgets into EDI, which are approved and are the basis for reimbursement via a presenter reimbursement request or PRR form. The cost for instructors, coordinators, clerical staff, travel, and indirect costs do not change based on the number of students in attendance, yet they play the most significant role in the overall cost of the course. The cost for printing or reproduction, instructional materials, office supplies, and other miscellaneous items play a less substantive role in the overall cost, but are the only costs that change based on the number of attendees. Currently, Commission Regulation 1015 does not require there be a certain number of attendees from post-participating agencies in the course, nor does it prohibit course attendance by individuals who are not eligible for post reimbursement. Additionally, Commission Regulation 1015 does not require the presenter to charge tuition for those attendees who are not eligible for reimbursement, which means post is covering the full cost of the course in most cases. However, we do have a handful that will charge tuition, but the majority are not. In processing PRRs, staff have identified there are times a significant number of attendees are not eligible for post reimbursement. Sometimes it's as much as more than half of the course attendees. When processing PRRs for reimbursement, the number of attendees does not affect the higher cost items of course presentation, which results in the cost per student who is eligible for reimbursement to be much higher. To provide a few examples, in one course, the cost per student should have been $579.56. There were a total of 22 students who attended the course, 12 of whom were ineligible for reimbursement, and no tuition was collected per the PRR, making the cost per student eligible for reimbursement $1,331.61. In another course, the cost per student should have been $298.74. A total of 9 students attended that course, 5 of whom were ineligible for reimbursement. And again, no tuition was collected per the PRR, making the cost per student eligible for reimbursement $610.76. So the proposed change will accomplish 2 things. It will require a minimum of 80% of the maximum enrollment be comprised of attendees with post-participating agencies. And it will require the presenter to deduct the cost of attendance for individuals who are not eligible for reimbursement from the total course cost when they are submitting their PRR. To ensure training can still be conducted when extenuating circumstances happen, we've also developed a process that will allow the presenter to submit a written request to continue presentation of that course once they've received approval from post staff. So if you have a situation where there is a mass casualty event or some sort of thing that happens where you have attendees that are going to have to cancel last minute, we would still permit that course to proceed to get the remaining attendees trained. The proposed change will also help ensure that post-participating agencies have priority for course attendance, and that the cost of presenting the course is shared by post and those who are ineligible for reimbursement. A lot of attendees are from probation departments. You may have CDCR attendees. They all have training budgets. So this will help ensure that when they are attending training, that they are sharing in the cost. So these changes will also be consistent with requirements for reimbursement that we have started including in our contract language. And we've seen a positive change with those contracts where we are paying less because those costs are being shared with those outside entities that are attending. Post has paid, actually, let's see, that's for the 25-26 fiscal year. So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Director Alvarez, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. And actually, Jennifer kind of hit on it at the very end there. This is the program that she outlined with the constraints or the restrictions and who attends and who pays. We already instituted that last year in our contracts, 80% post personnel or approval by post staff prior to the course being presented. So this is simply catching up with regulations on reimbursement plans where we're invoiced to do exactly the same thing. We are completely cognizant of the fact that there are homicides that happen, there's mass casualty events, but we want the classes full, including with post-participating individuals. We're always happy to give exceptions when those things happen. Obviously, if there's a class of 20 people and 80% is 16, they have 14 because there's something that happened, we'll approve it. But we don't want courses being put on, and we've seen either with very few post personnel and we are paying the entire bill, or when they should have canceled the course, but the presenter said, oh, I'm not going to cancel it. Post is going to pay the full bill. So we're going to have 3 people go through the course. We're not going to pay for that. And that's a hypothetical. So this simply catches up with the invoicing side for reimbursement requests. So thank you, Jennifer. I just want to make that clear that we've been doing it. And there may be some tweaks. We are hearing some challenges from presenters meeting that 80% requirement. So we're 1 year into it. So obviously we're willing to listen and make modifications as necessary.
Well, in some ways to do that might be even as simple as reducing their maximum enrollment for the course. When I was looking at gathering some examples, the one where they had 9 attendees, there were actually only 14 signed up for the course. Their maximum enrollment is 30. So there may be cases where you can reduce that maximum enrollment to help make it easier to meet that 80% threshold as well.
And of course, we know that sometimes there's hotel contracts and other things, and we're obviously willing to take that into consideration to give the exemption. So it's not that the presenter should foot the whole bill if there's a problem.
Questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Gamboa.
Gamboa, maybe this is not the right segment, but maybe committee member Muriel can weigh on this. How does this standard apply to like modular training? Because if these are entry-level folks that are coming through without or with an agency, Don't know how that 80% works. And then also, when you're talking about enrollment, I think the colleges also have a limit or a threshold to put on that class. So just trying to put the pieces together. Does this apply to modular
It
training?
does not relate to basic training. It is only for courses, more in-service level
Okay.
courses, I would say. So it's anything, I want to say that the majority of basic courses are Plan 4 courses. We don't
Okay.
have any that are Plan 5, 6, or
Right.
7
Right.
courses.
Okay.
Brent Stalker, actually, it's going to go along with your statement there. One of the things that I've been seeing that's a little concerning to me, and this not from Post, this is just throughout California, is it seems like there are colleges that are putting in place guidelines for how many students are necessary to put on a Post course. And Post may be putting out some different guidelines, but where my concern is it seems like for colleges, that threshold is higher. But what is happening is you will have people coming from out of town. And literally, if one student doesn't show up, the course could be canceled based on college requirements versus maybe what Post is requiring. So my question is, has there been any talk on that? Because it just seems if I was coming from out of town and I show up for a course and maybe I either took vacation or, my department, backfilled it or something like that, and I get in and it's missing one student and now the whole course is canceled because we don't have, those guidelines, that to me is not only it's not cost effective, but it's detrimental to students that are coming out of town. And so, sorry for the long statement there. I was just curious if there's been any type of talk about trying to get some basic guidelines across the board on, how many students, do we need before we cancel a course?
Well, I don't think we've had any conversations with the college chancellor's office or anything like that. In terms of our requirements, so if they want to submit a request to still conduct the course, even under that 80% threshold, they have to do that within 30 days of the presentation date. So there is a little bit of time built in to allow, changes in travel arrangements and such if the course was not going to be conducted at that point in time. But I don't think I'm not aware of any conversations with the chancellor's office to make a standard all the way around.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And again, it's got nothing to do with Post. It's just stuff that I'm seeing where I'm like, man, that's, if they bump the number, just for instance, I'm hearing, 22 minimum students. Well, you may have an FTO class that gets put on with 21. And, if the college says, no, we're going to cancel that because you don't have 22 students in it, it just seems like that threshold is really high, especially based on, the demographics or the area that the class is being put on. And it's concerning to me on some of the stuff that I'm seeing on that.
And I have heard that on the basic course side a few times. From what I've heard, their threshold is 10 or 11. They have to have a minimum of 10 or 11 in the course to be able to run the course. I haven't heard of anything as high as in the 20s, but I have heard the number 10 or 11 thrown around from some basic course presenter.
That's a lot better. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you for that report. Okay, we're going to move on to Basic Training Bureau, item 5A, a report to amend Commission Regulation 1006, extension of time limit for course completion. Call upon law enforcement consultant Brad Newmeyer from the Basic Training Bureau, who will provide a report.
Good morning, all. This regulation change is our second pull. It's the same one. Last commission meeting, we came out and we talked to you about adding 2 words to the extension of time limit for course completion. We added in or presenter. Gives the presenter who's uniquely positioned to request the extension because they're there, the course isn't completed hours, and the key concepts aren't taught, so they have to either give non-credit for the course or extend the course time completion and have it completed at another date when they put it on the next time, like in a month. Example, the 40-hour 832 arrest course, they missed the last 8 hours. So they can schedule them to come back to the next course presentation. They submit an incomplete roster for the first one. They complete the late 8 hours in the second one. They resubmit a roster showing completion and they're good. So previously written, the department was the only one identified in our regulation allowed to do that. And the department is defined as a post-participatory agency. That's not a college, that's not a private presenter. So it opens it up to have the presenter do it, who's uniquely stationed to do it. Sometimes the department is the presenter, so there's no issue there. We just add or presenter to add it. Well, it hit OAL, and they were very concerned about a rogue presenter making a request of extension without contacting the employing agency. I guess that's fair, but typically if they have to reschedule the reappearance or they don't complete the minimum training, they could be fired. If they're going to schedule them to go to complete the hours or just say, no, we're going to send it to them the whole course again, there's going to be an automatic conversation with the employing agency. But the lawyers at OAL were very concerned that there was nothing directive in the regulation telling them they have to contact the employing agency to get direction from them. So they said, if you're up for it, we'd like to add a sentence. And I'm like, what happens if I'm not? They're like, we probably wouldn't approve it. So, okay, we'll add a sentence. So the sentence going forward we added was just simply to say, any presenter before making a request to the commission for extension of time limit for completion of any course by any student identified in the regulation other than a peace officer trainee shall contact the employing agency for approval of the request. The reason we identified peace officer trainee is because it's the only one in that regulation that is a non-affiliated position identified in our regulation. Because trainee is a person who's hired going through training. Peace officer, reserve peace officer, and dispatcher are all known entities, but the only one in our regulation is peace officer trainee is an unaffiliated student. So that's why we identified that one in the sentence. So hopefully they'll accept this verbiage on the sentence. They had said they had several that they would accept. So we're going to say this one is a go, and hopefully with your approval and the commission's approval, they'll say the sentence is sufficient to prevent a rogue presenter from making a request without the permission of the employing agency. So I really made this short, cut to the chase. It's only one sentence, pretty straightforward. So I'm open to any input you might have or any suggestions or thoughts on this matter.
Questions or comments? Brad, I'm glad you're up for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The
Thanks for your
change.
time.
Okay. Certification Bureau, item 6A, report on proposed amendments to Commission Regulation 1003, employment status notifications, and Commission Regulation 1011, professional certificates for public safety dispatchers and record supervisors. And we have Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler from the Certification Bureau to provide this report.
Good morning again. Really quick before I get started, I just want to clarify, I was looking at my stats again. They were not 2025 year end. It's actually a composite of 2023 through 2025. So the last 3 years. So I was looking at the numbers and I was like, wait, that's not right. So that's why. And then also I wanted to just draw your attention to, because you've heard us talk about it so much, our disciplinary guidelines have finally been approved and are in effect. Unfortunately, due to the tardiness of the approval, we don't have copies available for all of you, but it is available online in our publications. And as of this morning, there is a hyperlink now available directly to the regulation. So, and then this is under publications on the Post website, if you would like to take a look and print your own copy out. Okay, so those are things I forgot to mention earlier. For this proposed regulatory amendment, we are addressing some shortcomings that we've noticed in terms of appointments and certificates for our public safety dispatchers and our records supervisors. So we wanted to clarify some of those requirements. First, with Commission Regulation 1003. And if you'd like to see this, I know it's in your packet, just let us know and we can have it pulled up for you. For Commission Regulation 1003, we just wanted to spell out some distinctions between requirements for peace officers and requirements for appointments of our non-sworn personnel. Only very specific classifications of non-sworn personnel are required to be entered into EDI. That is our background investigators for the purposes of granting access to the NDI, public safety dispatchers, record supervisors and then our trainees are considered non-sworn personnel in EDI. So we wanted to clarify some of those requirements and also clarify, because we did have a lot of questions, the affidavit of separation is only required for peace officers. It's not required for dispatchers. It's not required for our public safety dispatchers. I'm sorry. Yeah, our record supervisors, our public safety dispatchers, or our background investigators, only peace officers, along with the attestation of peace officer eligibility. So we wanted to clarify that in regulation. Those questions also come up in cycles as training managers and EDI users cycle through. And then correspondingly in Commission Regulation 1011, we found some carryover language that was related to prior 1011 incorporating peace officer certifications. We wanted to eliminate the carryover language and then again, be a little bit more specific on what is required for the certificates for our public safety dispatchers and our records supervisors. Some of the things, again, related to requirements for peace officers. So we wanted to clarify that because we do get questions about those from dispatchers on occasion and the rarer occasion record supervisors, although we are getting more of those requests as well. Any questions?
Okay, questions, comments on item 6A? Okay, seeing none. Michelle, if you'd like to hang out for a second and report on 6B, proposed amendment to voluntary surrender of peace officer certification form.
Tobias, on this one, can we pull up the form attachment? So this was born out of a couple of different things. The regulatory amendment itself is just the date to update, reflect the update on the form. We have two revisions to the form. We've added an item number 8, which is, I'll read it to you since it's not quite up yet. I hereby acknowledge and agree that I've entered into this voluntary surrender of my own free will and volition after consultation with or an opportunity to consult with counsel of my own choice, and that I was not coerced to do so, nor was I under duress at the time of executing this voluntary surrender. I further acknowledge and agree that I have chosen to enter into this voluntary surrender knowingly and voluntarily. This is something that we had previously discussed in prior versions and eventually removed, and now with the voluntary surrender is being utilized as part of plea bargains or after having conversations with some of our law enforcement consultants. We wanted to make sure that it was clear that the officer was not feeling that they were having to surrender under any duress or pressure. And if they, so this is kind of a reminder, like, hey, if you're unsure, you might want to talk to your legal counsel or get legal counsel if you don't have one. And that way they also can't come back later and say, well, I felt pressured because, well, you're acknowledging that you didn't do it under pressure. And then on the back side, we had a clarification also where we received some confusion under the signatory line where it says signature of officer. It was meant to be an officer of the court or a notary. So now we're just clarifying that it is the signature of the notary, not the court officer, not the actual peace officer, because we have had some confusion on, is this supposed to be signed by the peace officer? And we decided we needed to make that clear as well. So there's no confusion. We don't have to kick it back and put the officer through this process again, question the validity of the document. Any questions?
Any questions on item 6B?
Sure.
Sheriff?
Thank you. Corioni, so I don't disagree with putting language in there. It's good to put the language in there for that standpoint, but I would submit to you that anybody voluntarily surrendering their certificate is probably under some form of coercion. Or has that if they don't, they're probably going to lose it anyway. That said, you said you put in there so that they couldn't come back later and say that they signed it under duress or coercion. Who would they come back to?
Well, not us. They would at this point, based on statutory language, any of these actions is final. Except if they were to take it to court and, have a court ruling in their favor that would then restore their certification status.
So they'd have to go to Superior Court and get a writ of mandate?
They'd have to file a writ.
Yeah.
So we don't want to be responsible for coercion. We understand that the DA's office is negotiating settlements that include surrender, and call that what you will.
Sure.
It's not us.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't hurt to put it in there. It's just.
Yeah.
Covering our bases.
Additional questions or comments?
Brent Stalker. So if they do sign that, I think you just answered this. It's unless they go to court, it's not being changed. Once they volunteer and they get that certificate pulled, then the only way to get that back would be to go to court.
Right. And it is one of the checkbox items. It's been a long time since I've looked at each individual item, sorry. I'm a lot slower reader than I thought I was. It's item number 3. The surrender of my peace officer certification is non-revocable per Penal Code Section 13510.8F. Yeah, so that's part of their acknowledgement, and I know not everybody reads everything that they sign, but once they sign it, it's their responsibility.
And then last question, are you seeing a lot of these? And is it because they just don't want to go through the process, or they just have no desire to be a police officer anymore, or what are we seeing on this?
So we have seen an uptick in voluntary surrenders in the last couple of years. I think 24 and 25 each had right around 60 voluntary surrenders. I believe the statistic I gave you this morning, we've already had 16 in these first 2 months. And part of it is that we are going through more cases. And part of it is the officers don't want all the details of their cases made public. And some of them, a handful of them have come in after they've received a notice of intent to revoke. And I think I can't speak for the officers in that regard as to why they're deciding at that point to voluntarily surrender, because at that point we do publish not every aspect of their case, but we do publish a notice of determination, which is a summary of the allegations against the officers and our findings. So there is still some public information, but not all the details. So again, I can't speak for the officers as to exactly why there is an uptick, but there are increasing numbers of voluntary surrenders.
I apologize. I have a third question. Okay, so
You're hitting your limits.
I know it. I know it. How quick is this presented to them? So is it further along in the investigation, or is it as soon as they find out that there's an investigation, they get presented with this to have? Because I think, in my opinion, the sooner the better. So that's why I'm wondering if it's closer to the start of the investigation.
So first, I want to make clear, a peace officer can surrender their certification at any time for any reason. Once we get an allegation and we begin the investigative process at the onset, they do get a letter from us along with the packet of here's what to expect. And part of that is a copy of the voluntary surrender form. Our law enforcement consultants generally have a conversation with them about the process, what to expect in the process, and the voluntary surrender as an option.
Excellent. Thank you.
Clarify one thing. So they get a notice of investigation if it's a sustained allegation. For the not sustained, exonerated, or unfounded cases, they typically don't get a notice of investigation on those. Sustained findings, they receive the notice of investigation, and that's really what triggered kind of an uptick in our voluntary surrenders, is once we
into all these. This would be a good time to take a break. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll have lunch, and so the food just came in. We will plan on coming back here right about 1 o'clock, if that works, and we'll get back to the awards portion. So I will adjourn the meeting for now for lunch and see you back at about 1. Alrighty, we're going to call this meeting back to order and we will proceed with the Annual Excellence in Training Awards review at this point. So as you recall, we just went over some of the guidelines. In a nutshell, if you need to recluse yourself, that's fine. You do not need to disclose your reason for recusing. And then what's the other piece? If you do not believe one of the nominees or any of the nominees in a category reached the threshold for the award, we do not have to present the award. So with that, we will review the nominations list. I'm going to start with the individual achievement. And I should have said before we broke for lunch, there are copies of the nominations packets on the table behind you, as well as the action summary forms. If you don't have that, you should have it in your packet and have had the opportunity to look at each of the nominations. But if you need to see a hard copy, they're right behind you on the tables over there where the food was. Okay, so nominations for Post Excellence in Training Award under Individual Achievement. We had 5 nominations. The first nomination is Officer Scott Olsesi from the San Mateo Police Department. Second, we have Sergeant Jason Lamb from the Palm Springs Police Department. Third is Administrative Analyst and Training Coordinator Natalie Bloomfield from the Torrance Police Department. Fourth is Officer Leo Arcicio from the Fresno Police Department. And fifth is Sergeant Kevin Jackson from the Milpitas Police Department. So at this time, I would open it up under the individual category again. Hopefully you've all taken a look at those nominations. I would open the floor for any discussion or comments related to the 5 individuals nominated for this, and then we will discuss a nomination for the award. Mr. Gamboa.
Gamboa, thank you. I read quite a few of those throughout all the topics and stuff like that, and I decided to write something up so that I can keep my thoughts focused. And I promise to my committee members I'll keep this short. I do want to start off for this award to say that innovation is often talked about in law enforcement training, but rarely built from the ground up. Officer Scott Olsesi, that's what he did. He built it. He was driven by work ethic and vision. Scott recognized that traditional training systems were no longer sustainable. He leveraged modern technology and forward thinking, including AI-driven approaches to redesign how training is delivered and managed. Scott serves as the San Mateo Police Department's training officer and post-compliance lead, which I think is a really good idea to combine those two. He's responsible for the design, delivery, and accountability for all training programs. Scott developed, and here's where his innovation comes in, the San Mateo Police Department University and digital training portal. These systems centralize training compliance, tracking, onboarding, and professional development. It's a shift from a fragmented, paper-heavy system to modernized, efficient, and a reliable system. He built this entirely in-house, if all of you guys recalled from his narrative. No outside vendor, no added costs. What it did, though, it caused real-time access to training, supervisor tracking and accountability, and a continuous learning environment. The impact was immediate and measurable results. He streamlined training compliance, improved officer readiness and competence, instant audit capabilities for command staff, and reduced administrative burdens. On a broader perspective, other agencies are now looking to replicate this model. This is not just a department solution. This is a sustainable one. And in closing, in a profession that demands accountability and adaptability, Scott Olsesi has set the new standard for training. He did not just improve a system, he built a model for the future of law enforcement training. For this reason, I respectfully recommend Officer Scott Olsesi for this award. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gamboa. Any other comments from the committee or questions related to any of the 5 nominees? Tammy.
I'm just going
Ms.
to throw
Burke.
one more. Tammy Morrell from CADA. I'm going to throw one more name out there, and taking nothing away from Officer Olsesi. Jason Lamb and the types of training that he put together were very timely. The active shooter training was exceedingly comprehensive, and perhaps I'm biased because I just came from the conference last week on active shooter. He put his agency well in front of the curve, I believe, from a training perspective. Active shooter mobile field force, recognizing through body-worn camera reviews an excessive speed problem and developing a course of training. And then the tactical casualty care program. These are all major training competencies that he undertook in a very short period of time, and I felt like he needed to be considered as well.
Sheriff?
Agree with comments from both my colleagues. I too was impressed with Lamb for the reasons that you stated in terms of training. But one of the other things that I noted in his submission was the creation of what I believe he called Mindset Saturdays, where he spent some time talking with officers about their mindset and how they approach the job. And one of the things is embracing gratitude. And I think that's something that we should all probably be a little bit better. And I like that approach as well.
That was under Lamb as well, correct? Yeah.
Right.
Any other comments?
Brent Stalker. I just want to throw this out here. I mean, one, I was so happy to see that the application list went way up since when I first started. So I don't know if the rest of you noticed that, but it's, you know, to see the work that's going into these, I'm really happy about it because there's so many deserving people throughout the state of California. And so on that note, to have as many as we did to take a look at, and I'm, you know, even though it's more work for all of us, I'm hoping it doubles next year. But again, looking at all of the candidates, again, they're great. They're great. I'm throwing my name in for Scott Olsesi again. I was looking at, you know, the work and I think part of what I was looking for is, you know, what did they develop and the amount of work that it takes. And for somebody to take something on that, you know, that's important to me because coming from a training background, it's an enormous amount of work. And I would imagine a lot of it was probably done on his own time. So that's just my thought on our individual achievement award.
Same, I'd like to echo that. Great trainers all the way around. Just for me, the innovation of creating a portal to better document and track and get data points to talk and touch to each other. For me, Scott set himself apart in that. I'm sure he's a great instructor as well, just like the other nominees. But for me, that's something he gave, not just his department, but that was something that we would pay for. I think he created something that agencies would go out to bid for, basically training management software. So for me, Scott, his innovation set him apart for me.
I would say the same. The creation of something that didn't previously exist. It likely was done a lot on his own time, like you mentioned, sir. I doubt the agency said, go ahead and just start brainstorming to let us know when you come up with something. So I do believe the innovation and the creation of something that exists, which will probably, when we come back in 5 years, everybody will be doing something similar to that. I think is really something stellar.
Okay, any other questions, comments from any other members?
I'd like to just echo that as well with the creation of something that he built all in-house and didn't cost the agency money. I think most of our agencies are going through budget constraints and things like that, and training is one of the things that sometimes will suffer when it comes to budget. And so I think the innovation that he showed in building this and building it in such a way that it can be dynamic and it can change with different requirements, different training modules, different things like that. He was the one that stood out to me as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Okay, any other comments on any of the 5 nominees? If not, I would entertain. So we come up with 2 decisions here. We have to nominate recommend someone actually be given the award, and then we have a runner-up as well. So if there's no further discussion or comments, then I would open the floor for a motion for either of those for individual achievement.
Scott, cheesy for the award.
So I have a motion from Pacheco to nominate Scott as the winner of the award, Scott Olsesi. Second from Oborn. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstain? Any further discussion? Okay. And how about for runner-up for this award?
I'll nominate Jason Lamb as the runner-up.
I second Gamboa.
Okay, so Morel motion, second Gamboa. All those in favor of Lamb as the runner-up for this award, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions or nays? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, so there's individual. Next, we will move on to organizational achievement awards. There are 4 nominations that we received here. The first is for Seaside Police Department. Second is for the Regional Training Center. Third nomination was for the Irvine Police Department Office of Professional Development. And the fourth was for the Santa Rosa Police Department's training team. At this point, I would open it up for any discussion on Organizational Achievement Award of these 4 nominees.
Front Soccer, I'll start on this one again. Very happy to see we've got 4 agencies. So as I went through this, I was looking at the different things that they've all accomplished, which is amazing. But what stood out to me was the Regional Training Center. And the reason for that is what specifically stood out to me was the 19 copyrighted, they created 19 copyrighted systems on the unmanned aircraft. And then on top of that, I was reading that they have literally trained over 1,600 instructors on that and all over the world. So for me, that's again, an enormous amount of work, and the fact that they did that. And then also, if we just look at drones in general, that's a huge process and a huge step forward for law enforcement right now. And it's a big topic throughout California. So that was something that really stood out to me. So that'd be my nomination for the organizational achievement.
The discussions or comments on the 4 nominees? Mr. Gamboa?
Gamboa, so I nominate Seaside Police Department. Seaside has demonstrated that training is not simply a requirement, but a core organizational strategy that shapes officers' performance, culture, and community trust. Seaside may be a small agency with limited resources, but they chose to think bigger than themselves. At the center of this nomination is their Seaside Speaker Series. It's an innovative training platform that brings law enforcement professionals together, including national subject matter experts, federal partners, to address real-world high-risk topics such as case investigations, ethics, media relations, and active shooter response. These sessions also have drawn hundreds of officers from across California, expanding their impact beyond their own agency. So internally, their training has influenced officers' mindset, decision-making, and professionalism, particularly in areas such as investigations and moral conduct. Externally, their efforts have contributed to strengthening relationships with the community in the environment where trust and law enforcement can be challenged. They use that training as a tool to promote understanding and engagement. This dual impact, both internal and external, directly aligns with the intent of this Post Excellence in Training Award. Their work has gained national law enforcement publications and has contributed to high-profile case discussions, further validating the effectiveness of the program. Seaside exemplifies innovation, impact, and effectiveness in law enforcement training. For this reason, I respectfully recommend the Seaside Police Department as a top selection for this award. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing. So Seaside Police Department were the runners-up last year. I just want to note that. They evolved this year, and today they represent what training excellence should be. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, any other questions, comments on the 4 nominations for organizational achievement? All right, it's 1-1 so far.
I was going to say that's not good.
Sure.
So I do think that drones are an emerging technology that law enforcement really has to step into. And so I would throw my vote towards Regional Training Center, given the fact that they've stepped into that space and seem to be the leaders there.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? So I'm gonna do this one this way since we're kind of, we've heard comments on 2. So unless there's any other comments for Irvine or Santa Rosa, I'm gonna narrow it down to Seaside and Regional Training Center. And I'm seeing a lot of nods, so we'll go that route. If Seaside as the winner, just indicate by a show of hands so I can get a sense. Seaside as your nomination for the winner. 1, 2. Okay, Regional Training Center. Okay. So Regional Training Center will be the agency or the organization that will be the nominee for this award or the winner of the award. And then can we say runner-up is going to be Seaside? Is that going to be accurate? Okay. Next up, we have review nomination for the Lifetime Achievement Award. We have 3 Lifetime Achievement nominations. The first is for Lieutenant Lawrence Ryan from the San Francisco Police Department and San Francisco City College. The second is Instructor Coordinator Kimberly Swobodzinski, Center for Criminal Justice Research and Training, CSULB. And the third is Training Officer Tricia Nelson for the California Department of Justice. So I will open the floor at this point for comments, questions on any of these 3 nominees for this award. Mr. Gamma.
Pardon me again.
That's perfectly fine.
Lieutenant, 4 decades to law enforcement training, higher education, and mentored instructors, and helped raise the intellectual standards of training long before that it was the norm. He stood at the intersection of tradition modernization. He preserved discipline and structure while elevating academic and training rigor. He influenced, did not conclude when he retired. He continues to train other officers, and his officers are showing the benefits of that, many of whom became leaders, supervisors, and instructors themselves. When we elevate the sustained contribution, the advancement of professional standards, and measurable generational impact, the nomination clearly meets and exceeds that threshold. In the field of strong candidates before us today, this is the nomination that reflects lifetime influence at scale. If it is our goal to recognize enduring impact on California peace officer training, we can be confident in this selection. This is a career that represents the standard that we all say we value. Thank you. I submit back to you.
Thank you. Stalker.
Brett Stalker. Again, I'm happy to see we've got candidates on here to choose from. So I am going to second Lawrence Ryan. And when I was looking and really going through these, and this again is my opinion on this, but you know, it just seemed like he was doing innovative training before it was even a concept. And so I know it's moved a long way since then, but he's been around a long time, and he just has been a huge part of the training. And then, you know, another thing that stood out to me is, you know, he got his teaching credential as well to become a better instructor before, you know, it was something that really became a concept. So it was just something that stood out to me. And so I'd like to second that for Lawrence Ryan.
Okay. Any additional comments? Okay, but we have anybody else agree with Ryan Lawrence or Lawrence Ryan, sorry, the selection for this award? Show of hands. Any additional recommendations? Okay, so the winner appears to be Lawrence Ryan. And how about for runner-up between Kimberly Swobodzinski and Tricia Nelson?
I'll speak to Kimberly. I was impressed with her. For me, it was a toss-up between the two, but she also for years has been kind of elevating, kind of on the non-sworn side, the CSI. She did a lot for CORE, which is not typical of a non-sworn person. Her publications and number of courses that she developed, and she continued to train, not just her own region, was impressive to me.
Any other comments for either Kimberly or Tricia?
I would make that motion for Kimberly as well. I'm not even going to try and say her last name. We tend in this profession to overlook our professional staff, our civilian staff. She has been at the core of really cutting edge training for years and years. We call it the CSI effect. I'm old enough to remember that when someone wanted to be an evidence technician, we had to beg people for that job. And then CSI came out and everybody wants to be in forensics. And so she led the charge and created the courses, and I would recommend her as our runner-up.
Second by Oborn.
Okay, by show of hands, all those indicating support for runner-up to Kimberly Swobodzinski. All right, that's unanimous. So the runner-up goes to Kimberly. All right. Next up, we have review of nomination for the O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award. We have one nomination for this award, and that is Dr. Sandy Boyd. I open the floor for any questions or comments related to this award. Ms. Morrell.
I had Dr. Boyd as an instructor way back in the day when she was starting the St. Mary's Leadership Graduate School Master's Program. And I think this is highly deserving. I noticed that wasn't mentioned on her resume. I guess the other things that she's done have overshot her role at St. Mary's, but I learned a lot from her. And I also had her as an instructor in Command College. Feel like it's very well deserved for a long time. She has been a trainer in professionalism and police leadership. And having gone to St. Mary's for their leadership cohort, it was a well-run program back then. I'm sure it's even better now.
Any additional comments? Anybody that's been through post-command college is very familiar with Dr. Sandy Boyd and her impact on training and law enforcement. So I would absolutely support that. So do we agree that she meets the criteria and would be nominated for the award for the O.J. Bud Hawkins? A show of hands. Look indicates unanimous. So O.J. Bud Hawkins Award will go to Dr. Sandy Boyd. And that concludes our review of the awards. Good job. Thank you. That was quick. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the advisory committee member reports. This is the time for advisory committee members to report on any items from their respective organizations. And I'll start right here to my left with Lieutenant Stalker.
Yeah, since our last meeting, we've had CPTMA has had a meeting in Tulare at Tulare PD, and it was really good. We had a really good showing, which I was happy, because our goal obviously with CPTMA is to, branch out and get as much representation as we can, especially with the smaller agencies. So we had a really good meeting. We followed that meeting up with a meeting in Turlock for our northern chapter. And part of those two meetings, we had a sergeant from Fresno County SO that came and did a presentation at both meetings on drones. And it was really good. And again, that was a big driving point on that was from, our director, Fred Johnson, on that, because he's seeing the importance of drones, and he's always trying to find ways to bring training to CPTMA. And so we were able to do that for, again, Tulare and Turlock. So, and I just wanted to thank our Sergeant Scott Weishar for putting time into presenting at CPTMA on drones. So as an organization, we continue to look and ask all of our, departments and representatives in the area ideas on training and things that they believe, they need. And we're getting some really good responses. And so just happy to see our membership growing, and again, trying to help these departments. So it's a little bit on CPTMA.
Thank you. Next up, Rebecca Biederman.
Thank you. I just wanted to say obviously it's my first meeting, so I really appreciate and am humbled by the opportunity to have a seat at the table. As a professional staff member for quite a few years, having this opportunity to present the challenges that professional staff faces, and having the board and post be willing to listen to what our employees are going through really means a lot, from everything from the challenges with getting Next Gen 911 implemented to what exactly our reclassification as first responders means. What exactly does that mean for dispatchers? And so I'm honored, I'm humbled, and I'm very thankful to be here. I just came from the Calnina meeting, and there were over 800 dispatchers that were there. And so every day they're giving their everything. And so as having a seat here at the table really means a lot to me. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urban.
So as a statewide director at PORAC, we represent the law enforcement officers at the state level. And what was kind of remains a topic and it always is SB2. There's always talk about it. The publication or the presentation we just received in our email prior to the meeting it's very well put together, and the statistics are really astounding, the amount of work that's been going on there and the amount of the cases that are referred in the reports. It's just a tremendous amount to imagine getting through. I think, like anything else, I continue to say most people that are concerned about it, it's because they don't take the time to really get an idea what's going on there. They still see it as this kind of blind process or witch hunt, but I think it's really come a long way since it was first brought about. And the other thing that's come up multiple times, and myself included, the post use of force training and train the trainers course that's been rolled out. Most of us that are use of force instructors now have gone through it, and just universally talked about it. It's a fantastic course. Post did a tremendous job putting it together. Cal State Long Beach is the primary presenter. And I think, like a lot of things, the requirement to teach those courses came out, but a lot of instructors didn't go to the T for T. But I just think of all the courses I've taken as an instructor, it's a fantastic class, and it's really universally sought around the state. It's just really well put together. So we appreciate that, and we thank Post for that.
Thank you. Mr. Gamboa.
Nothing really at this time other than a statement. Every committee meeting that I go to, I walk away with an abundance of information that I can take back to private presenters to help them better understand post protocols and intentions. And it works. It really does. And so I just want to thank everybody on this committee for the collaborative information that I can take back. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Honey.
I have no report from CSSA. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Mr. Catrici.
Yes, John Katriski from CCLA. I just wanted to express CCLA lost our director this year, Grant Ward, who was the president for SEBA, and I know Alicia is going to be doing an amazing job to take over that position. I just want to really express on behalf of CCLA and the entire, the state, different associations, we really lost a good one. Also, in regards to for CCLA, Craig Lally is going to be retiring. He's the president from the league after 40 years. So there's going to be a little different shakeup in the leadership. But that's all I have to report. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Ms. Morrell.
CADA has not had a meeting since we last met. I just wanted to welcome Rebecca to this committee and thank Post and the staff. You are all outstanding and very much appreciate the work you do.
Thank you. Soborn.
Ditto what Gamboa said. No report at this time. And welcome, Rebecca, to the clan. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jacob.
Just that we found our director for CPOA. So Scott Jones, the old Sacramento County Sheriff, will be taking over Monday, actually. So a little less than a week. So Greg Wilson did a good job keeping the boat going the right way. But I'm looking forward to meeting with Scott and to see his intentions for us and collaborating with Posts like we have been doing a good job. So that's it.
Thank you. Bonds.
Thank you. I just want to thank Post for your continued partnership and collaboration with us for training classes. We greatly appreciate all you guys do in helping us. We had 129 cadets graduate February 6th. We have 143 set to graduate April 10th, and the next class is set to start April 20th with 160 cadets. So we'll keep going.
Hi, good afternoon. Alicia Rosa from PORAC.
Thank you, Catch, for talking about Grant. So appreciate that. Not only was he director for CCLEA, but obviously he was one of the executive committee for PORAC. And obviously a very statewide known name. So his presence will be missed. But unfortunately and fortunately, I guess, we had discussed our succession planning well in advance. And so he prepared me for a lot of the things that he wants to see going forward. One of his last charges was Assembly Bill 1383. If you haven't looked at that bill, it is something that we all need to keep our thumb on. It's legislative, basically reforming the PEPRA. So it's a McKinnon bill. It's something that will make some changes to the formula right now. It will actually give some teeth to counties and cities. It is passed through Appropriations Committee right now and is going to the Senate. And so I know that we have at PORAC made that our top priority legislatively, because it will help with retention. It will help with recruitment, and there is a cost to it. And so that's, I think, one of the biggest hangups. There's going to be some amendments that we are fighting right now, but hopefully that it passes through. And because I think it's what we all need. I think everybody in this room and anyone who knows a cop, works beside a cop, knows that driving a patrol car and doing this job until you're 57 years old, it's quite different than many of the other public sector jobs. And it just makes sense. So that is our top priority at PORAC. We continue to expand our recruitment as far as our legal defense fund. I think it's becoming more and more known. If you don't know already, you need an attorney on your side, because it's just the way that things are going now. And so I'm fortunate to be a trustee on LDF as well. So that is one of the jobs that I actually enjoy doing, because I am able to really go to bat for cops that are going through legal issues. But on the other side of that is nobody wants to have bad cops and giving us bad names. So we do appreciate that and understand that. And we have a board of 5 trustees, and we all are very educated and aware of a lot of the challenges that law enforcement faces nowadays. So very proud to serve on that, as well as many of the other hats I wear. So that's about it as far as my report goes for PORAC. As far as things go in the Inland Empire, we're just chugging along and not getting as many people as you are, but we are actually doing fairly well. So things are looking up for us, and hopefully it becomes more and more popular to be a law enforcement officer in California. That's it.
Great, thank you for that report. And I'll close it out with a report from the California Police Chiefs Association. It's been a busy year, but we have our annual training symposium coming up here in a couple of weeks, March 15th to 18th down here in San Diego. It is sold out for the first time that we've held this, so we're excited about that. And I'm excited to turn over the reins at that point to Chief Sean Talese from Tustin PD, who will take over as the president. CPCA also started a podcast called 4-Star Conversations that is on our website, interviewing a number of different chiefs just to get kind of a statewide perspective of what chiefs are thinking and dealing with. And so you're more than welcome to join that. Our RISE, which used to be WILLY, the Women's in Law Enforcement registration, that conference will be here in San Diego as well. And registration opens April 6th at 0900 hours. If you have had any experience with that before, you should be online to register April 6th at 0900 hours because it will sell out fast. And then we are active, obviously, in the legislature with more than 150 bills that we have under review currently. And finally, CAPS, which is California Accreditation on Public Safety. That's a statewide accreditation program that Cal Chiefs has started, has officially launched this week. It launched actually March 1st. So Sunday was the first day we opened it up. We have a number of agencies that are already signing up to participate and undergo statewide accreditation through Cal Chiefs. We're very excited about that. It's specific to statewide issues and open to all law enforcement agencies, whether it's sheriffs or police departments. So invite you to take a look at that and if consider it for your agencies or recommend it to someone. And it's going to be a great program. So we're excited about that. And that's the wrap from Cal Chiefs. Our next item on here is commissioner comments. I don't see any of the commissioners present. I know we had Commissioner Woolery was present earlier, but I don't see him now. Director Alvarez, is there anything you wanted to close with at all?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we have no old business. Under new business, I will turn it over to Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Dominayo.
Thank you, Chair Salazar. So we have a few items that I'm going to invite people to come just brief you on. But I want to start by thanking Sheriff Honey for your participation as a presenter in the Crisis Management Coordination Conference last week. We got tons of feedback on the presentation. You did a fabulous job. Thank you for doing that. I love your lack of a filter. I'm just saying that personally. Not endorsing that from Post. but
As I tell people, I'm
personally.
an acquired taste.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay.
Over well, sir. Rick Brazil, also Commissioner Brazil, was a presenter and people also enjoyed his presentation. So thank you very much for doing it. A few things I just wanted to mention to the advisory committee that most of which will be discussed tomorrow and before the commission. But we are discussing with the commission an option to create a module format for the dispatcher basic course. So split it up in 80 hours and 82 hours. And that would happen, it would have to be taken within the year. So depending on how many months in between, I think we're still figuring that out. But that is a discussion before the commission. And then Jennifer Hardesty is joining us from BTB. We're also beta testing our field training course. And so Jennifer, do you want to enlighten them?
Yes, so we held a workshop to develop what the modular format would look like for the dispatcher basic course. Currently, we have a few presenters that are certified for modular formats, but there's no standardization in what those modules look like. So you could take a module O from one location and somebody else might have a module A and they're not the same. So it really means you have to take the full course with one presenter. We want to standardize it similar to the modular format for the peace officer basic course. And so it'll be, like she said, 2 modules, 80 hours each module, but it would permit an individual to take the first module at one location and the second module at another location. I believe we're anticipating an early 2027 effective date to give the presenters that currently run their modules time to get people through those modules before we decertify those and have them transition to the post-approved modules. In terms of FTO, so we are piloting a process right now that will allow agencies to add field training completion to profiles. So currently there is no way to confirm an individual completed a field training program because we don't track that information. So we have 2 agencies right now. I believe San Diego Police Department is one agency that is piloting it. And we have another, I can't remember who the other one is. San Bernardino, maybe. I can't remember. Anyway, we have 2 agencies that are piloting it for us. And it's going successfully with that pilot. So at some point, we will be releasing it as an option and then moving forward with regulating entry of field training on profiles. So it'll help an agency who's looking to hire someone determine if that individual did in fact complete field training. From a basic course perspective, it will be helpful for some of our presenters who, have to look at field training to select somebody as a scenario manager or an evaluator as well. So.
Jennifer, we'll be recording the name of the field training officer as well as the completion date for the officer going through field training, correct? Okay.
So there will be status options. So it will have you enter the date they start field training. It will have you list all of their training officers through the field training process. And then it will give a status on if it's still in progress, if it's ended, if they did not pass field training, and all of that information will be on the profile. Good. Okay.
Yes, please. Jennifer, don't go anywhere.
Oh.
I can't answer questions. I'm done, sorry.
On that field training, so let's say that, just out of curiosity, an officer goes to one department and does not pass the FTO program and goes to another department and passes the FTO program. Does that get tracked, or would it just be the fact that they just passed an FTO program?
No, that would be tracked. So any agents, and I will say, once they pass a field training program, if they lateral to another agency and they put them through a modified field training, they would or would not have to track that information. It would be up to the agency if they wanted to enter that information. Once an individual satisfies the field training program, for right now, that's all we're requiring be on there. But if they went somewhere, started, and were unsuccessful, that would be on their profile. And then the new agency, because they weren't successful there, they're starting over at a new agency. So that information would also be on their profile. But
Understood.
once they pass that field training, a new agency would not be required to enter anything on there unless they wanted to.
Thank you. And then can you just go back to the dispatch part of it? So if I'm understanding it correctly, are we talking about the 4-week dispatch
Yes, the
current course?
160-hour course.
Okay, and that would be broken up now to how
2
many?
modules.
2 modules. Okay, and I'm sorry, how does that work again? So they would go to one module somewhere and then module.
It would give them an option.
I see.
So currently, if you go through a dispatch course in a modular format, we have multiple presenters, but that it's not standardized. So they've kind of set up those modules how they want to. So if you went to a, let's say Fresno County Sheriff's Office and the PD ran dispatch basic course, both of them. They both have a modular format, but you guys have decided what's going to be included in each module. So I couldn't take a module at the sheriff's office and then turn around and take a module at the PD because I run the risk of not getting all of the content in those 2 modules because it probably includes different content. So what we wanted to do was standardize it so that when we certify those modules, it's the same content with any presenter. So currently now in the peace officer modular format, I could take a module 3, you know, at College of the Siskiyous and go take a module 2 at Sierra College. And the expectation is I'm getting the same content or the same content in that 2 that I would get at College of the Siskiyous, if that makes sense. So right now the modules are not standardized.
Okay, 100%.
As they're certified. So we just want to standardize that process, which gives people the flexibility. They can choose to take it all at one location, or they can take it at 2 different locations.
I appreciate that. So if an agency right now wants to run it for the entire 4 weeks, there's no problem with that as long as they've got they're using the standardized content. So,
Correct.
but
And-
like, oh, I'm sorry, but like
No.
a student, let's say they miss week 2,
Mhm.
they would now be able to go to somewhere else to take week 2 because the content is the same.
Well, I mean, I guess it would depend on how many weeks they're running that course because it's not broken up by week, it's by content.
Sure.
So if they missed week 2, I would say that could be a situation where they could do it, like Brad spoke about the 1006 extension. That would give them the ability to come back in a later presentation of that course if they were to miss the second week of that course. But because it's 2 modules, I would guess each module is going to be 2 weeks in length, 80 hours.
Well, in both of these, I think it's fantastic to be able to do that and give the students the options on that. So appreciate the work.
I have a quick question as well.
Sure.
Rebecca Biederman. How will this affect the agencies or the colleges that present this in a semester-long format? So it's the 180 hours, but it's over a full semester. How would this modular format affect that?
Well, I would say it would be up to them if they want to present the modular. It's not going to be required. Tammy
It's-
could speak to that because she
It was the same question I had because I presented in extended format. And I think I know the answer in the basic course, the regular basic course, we can offer it in intensive or extended format. And I'm assuming it's the same, that as long as the modules A and B are correct and the content is correct, you can go in intensive format or extended format.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
I'd now like to invite Bureau Chief Christine Ford to discuss a symposium that we're going to be holding in May of this year.
Thank you. Post is excited to announce our Post Symposium this year, the Power of Mentorship. It's going to be a one-day tuition-free, post-reimbursable training, and it's going to be very specific to professional staff, dispatchers, dispatch supervisors, FTOs, RTOs, corporals, and newly promoted supervisors. We think it's a extremely important training for those particular groups of individuals. So that's why we chose that theme this year. It's on May 13th. And as a matter of fact, we just opened up our registration on our website today.
And where are we going to be holding it?
It's going to be at the Embassy Suites in El Segundo, right next to LAX Airport. Thank you.
All right, that completes the new business update.
Alrighty. It appears I may have been wrong and we have time for Cheryl to go over some more contracts. So here. All right, future meetings, upcoming advisory committee meetings will be held. Next one is June 2nd, 2026 at Post HQ in West Sacramento. And then the next December 1st, 2026 at Post HQ in Sacramento. I want to thank you all for your time and your work today. I think we got some good feedback and questions. Appreciate your time. And thank you for coming. And with that, we will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you.